Hello and welcome, folks, back to Arena 51, where this weekend we have a little bit of a spicy tournament for you. As not only is it a special edition of the arena, it's an experimental edition, as it's all about hero bans and map bans, as we're testing things out, seeing if it's, competitively viable. But this tournament will figure that one out. My name is Joe. I'll be casting for you today alongside Krabby. How are you doing, and how are all the plushies doing?
Um, I'm not. I'm being like split. Like all these plushies that you can see, like I'm pointing at. Look, this is my finger.
Uh-huh.
They're my personalities. Like they all describe me. Like there's the samurai one on the right. Like that's like my fighter warrior spirit. There's like the happy minions. That's just my mood. You got the cloud on the left. I'm like nice bubbly cloud. I'm in a good mood today. I'm ready to cast some
I love
interesting
that.
Overwatch.
I love to hear that. The multiple personalities of Krabby, we're getting some lore there, which I love. So today, of course, brought to you by Community Gaming, the all-in-one place for hosting tournaments, and of course that is how we get our prize pools. So claps in the chat for that, which is a phrase I just said, and I guess that's what we're doing now. But how does the hero bands work? Basically, at the start of each map, the lower seed or the team that just lost will ban a map, and then they will ban a hero, and then the other team gets to ban a hero, and those bans stay throughout the series. So if it's a best of three and it goes 2-2, then if you do the maths, that's a lot of heroes banned. So the longer the match goes on, the less heroes you have to play with, and Krabby, that's going to be quite chaotic.
Yeah, especially towards the end, there's going to be some innovative strategies. Especially, I expect the teams to maybe ban Lucio on the control maps because that's kind of like the favor. It's either Lucio or Mercy on the control maps. And if you ban one of them on the first control map, it means you can't ban it on the next control map if you go to map 5. Meaning that you're gonna, if in a 5 map series on the 5th map, and God forbid we have a draw and go to 6 maps, the bans are going to be wild. We're going to see some Moira Lifeweavers. We're going to see some truly wild compositions as people scrape the bottom of the barrel to try and find viable options.
Yeah, the longer a series goes on, the more special it will become, one way or the other. That's why this is such an exciting thing. In fact, while we're setting up the lobby, we can show you what that presentation may look like with the hero bands, as we have a scene set up to kind of show you with all the heroes, which was made by Heller and looks very good. Particularly for this tournament. And hell, if we figure out that hero bands are fun and competitive, maybe we do more hero band stuff in the future. You never know. This is why we experiment, right? We figure that all out. But yeah, we'll be starting with the teams of Dragons, Yokai, and Signtech. As we get them into lobby, we'll shortly start to hear of what their ban choices will be. And you've already said banning Lucio. Now, that's one of the big ones, right? I also personally think teams are going to ban Sombra. Because there's been a lot of Sombra lately, right?
Yeah, there's been a lot of Sombra, but Sombra, it's all situational. It's a question of whether teams will ban heroes to enable their playstyles or ban heroes to sort of disable the playstyles that work against what they play, or like possible counter comps. You'll see Sombra bans, especially. I feel like if a team's tank player likes playing Diva, especially, I think Sombra is like a top priority ban because the second Sombra is out the window, Diva is very comfortable in onto all the remaining DPS roster. But if you've got, for example, a Monkey player or Reinhardt player, they're less worried about Sombra, so they might try and ban something like the Pharah or the Mercy. Mercy will probably be a very big ban as it completely shuts down like a third of like the possible playstyles that are currently being played in meta. All the pharmacies, the Echo Mercies, the Sojourn Mercies, the Ash Mercies. Mercy is the common factor in here, and if they ban Mercy, they will shut down a lot of compositions. So I expect that to be a priority ban, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even with the damage boost nerf that came in just 3 days ago now, obviously Mercy still enables a lot of playstyles, particularly, of course, Pharah Mercy. If you ban Mercy, you're basically banning Pharah. So that's a 2-for-1 offer, basically. How can you give that up? Also, diminishes the likes of an Ashe player or, any sort of pocketed spam. And, I'm scared if there's just teams that just only ban tanks, because we'll end up with only one tank viable to be played. It'll be Roadhog as well, of course, which will be interesting to see if these teams have Roadhog players if we get to that point. But
Yeah.
there's some tanks where it's like, if you ban a Reinhardt, you can throw in a Ramatra, or vice versa, right? But if you ban a Monkey, then you can't exactly replace it with a Wrecking Ball or a D.Va. It's a different playstyle, so it's harder to ban maybe a Brawl tank. But if you ban like a Lucio, then you kind of cover the fact that Brawl can't really follow up a lot.
Yeah, banning supports will very easily shut down whole composition styles. As I said with the Mercy, it bans out the whole poke style comps with like a ball or a monkey, and then like the Mercy pocketed DPS. If you were to ban Lucio, you shut down pretty much the entirety of Brawl, and you kind of force them into dives. If you ban Brig, you shut down, you make a dive comp way weaker, as they can't protect their Anna or their relative flex support that will be in the back healing. So to really cripple composition, if you were to say ban a Reinhardt, Brawl is still doable because you just stick any tank with a Lucio and they can still run around. If you ban the Lucio, the Reinhardt's kind of.
Well, we have our first ban in. Well, first bans. So, will be Dragon's Yokai. Well, first of all, Nepal was banned by Saintech. Then Ilios was chosen by Dragon's Yokai. Then Yokai has chosen to ban Sojourn, followed by Symmetra being banned by Saintech. What do you think of Symmetra being banned? That's an interesting choice.
Well, it's a preemptive ban for potentially Lijiang Map 5, because, that's just very typical Brawl Sim TP. But it also will completely mess up every single team's plays on Control, as every single team ever will TP out of spawn. So it's just a minor inconvenience, but it's very funny in my opinion, because
unless one of these players is a Sim one trick.
Perhaps, but we are on Ilios, and the only viable point realistically for Symmetra would be Lighthouse. You can sometimes see a Reinhardt Symmetra comp that will TP and go straight to point, but we're not going to see that, as teams are now going to be walking out of spawn slowly instead of TPing out. Well, but it also saves the DPS players from the potential embarrassment of accidentally doing a 1 meter TP and not going that far.
Oh, don't remind me. Couch Potato's first ever play that was casted in A51 was a Symmetra TP mistake. Historically, that's how we started. We tripped our way into A51 and we tripped our way out. But I do like how niche that choice of Symmetra is. Obviously, Sojourn a little less so. And
I believe that these bans will not affect Map 1 much, in my opinion, given the nature of Ilios, where you haven't seen much Sojourn in the last months, especially during Dive Party. The tournament was very hot dive meta, and it was mainly Tracer Sombra, Tracer Echo, maybe some Ashe. You weren't seeing much Sojourn, and Symmetra is obviously just the TP out of spawn. But for future maps where you could potentially end up on your circuits or Brawl maps where Sojourn is actually played very often, this could be a impactful ban. But for this first map, I'm expecting some more standard compositions. Speaking of the first map.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting underway. eventually, as well, there's a bit of a snafu in the lobby, so we're not going to get quite into it yet. But obviously, it's worth noting Alari isn't playable in this tournament, so that's why you don't see her in the support line, and also that's why you don't see her, getting banned, because she's already technically banned. So you won't see any Alari and Flashpoint either, unless teams really want to go off the beaten path and the admins allow it, which I doubt. We won't be seeing Flashpoint either. But what we will see is some of those patch notes that came in. They may come into effect here on the specific heroes that they choose. But what do you gather from these compositions, Krabby?
It's pretty bog standard, to be honest, as I was expecting. Like Sombra Tracer, standard DPS line. Sombra building her ult slightly slower, but it's not really that relevant. She can probably still farm it quite quickly, and for the fight, it is still a free fight win. Both teams will either have a mirrored backline, or especially this Lucio Kiriko backline might be very interesting, as they're gonna forego the standard set up your backline slightly further away with the Brigana, and they're just gonna go at you. They're gonna run, as they've gotten first hack now.
Yep, control of the Mega. Set in stone here for the side of Yokai. Now just teeing off. They have point control at the moment, but Jill still in the poke stage right now. Marcel taking a lot of damage, needs to be careful. Slightly out of position there, gets the healing that they need, gets hacked up, needs to back off, and here comes in the dive. It's Pac-Man cleaning up the field, as it's going to be Dragon's Yokai getting the better of that initial dive.
A very smart play from East Pac-Man and Hell, as while they were dealing, their monkey was being pressured, they climbed up the walls on the right side and just descended upon the backline while the enemy team was just not really focusing on them. As this fight, there is a Nano and a Pulse, the closest odds on either side, and East Pac-Man is gone.
Yeah,
Oh
I
dear.
thought that's what was happening. I just saw East Pac-Man walk into the wall. I was like, that doesn't seem normal. Which, it's not. As we already have a bit of a pause in there. But yeah, so far, point control in the favor of Dragon's Yokai, and I'm not sure if the code will remember the position or even the ult charge of East Pac-Man. So if we don't have one of those codes, then I think we're just going to have to see Dragon's Yokai back up immediately here.
Yeah, unfortunately so. As Cintiq will just take the point, but thankfully, due to the nature of Kiriko, she will be back very quickly. So I don't think Dragon's Yokai are going to be out of this fight for long. They didn't lose much ult charge. He had like 20 to 30%. As no, the code does not remember there's a position, and Dragon's Yokai are promptly going to be backing up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is going to happen. Quico is already back, so they can now enter here. They do have the Pulse Bomb to find. Webset doesn't get what they need, but Linkwin is on the back line trying to get something done. It's going to be Jordan following up onto Marcel. Now no tank here for the side of Syntech. Now they have to be careful. They're on the back foot here already, and they didn't even get any control from that. Pulse Bomb, though, to try and keep them in it. Finds Linkwin. That's going to be enough time for their own tank to come back and keep this fight rolling.
Dragon's Yokai are building up to the EMP. They're down the tank, but perhaps the EMP will be able to bring this fight back. But it looks like they're just going to back up and wait for Linkwin to get back. It's back as 5 now. Oh, that's an unfortunate pick onto Hell, just as everyone regroup. But EMP!
Big EMP there. The follow-up is there onto the Ana. But East Pac-Man goes down as there is some trades, but still it's very much in the favor of Dragon's Yokai right now, especially as Zoltan gets punched down there. Marcel trying to get something done, but can't get any footing.
Yeah, as Syntech they tried to push onto the point to like take advantage of their picks, but in doing so they completely sacrificed positioning and angles, and Jordan just showed up on Dakar line and EMP'd all of them. 5-man EMP, I'm pretty sure it was. Early pulse from Evil here.
Yep, they've got an EMP of their own. Going to be right onto the front line there. Beat was just there and ready to keep the team of Yokai alive here. Dive into the back line again. Linkwin on a very scant amount of health, goes down. The rush though, trying to keep the side of Yokai in this one as the Nano is engaged onto Marcel. He's Backman, does find the Nano Giver as Ana will fall. But still keeping in this one, Dragon's Yokai for now. But slowly, the numbers are bleeding away, and finally, looks like percentage will eventually be falling into the favor of Syntech, but they're not making it easy for them.
No, it's a 2v3 now on point as hell falls, and I think this pulse might just be in the end of it. Lenkwin pulse bombed, cleaned up. It's just Jordan left on the Sombra, and as much as this is a good fight for Syntech, they used all 5 of their ultimates, and Dragon's Yokai, they didn't. They have EMP coming up. They have Pulse Bomb coming up. Lenkwin sticking on the ball is an interesting choice. He could have probably swapped that back to Monkey if he wanted to, but he's going to stick to the ball, and they're just going to go all in on the backline here as the gauge is already coming through.
Yeah, and already you have no healers there. That's very quick and swift. EMP pretty much onto the Lucio alone, but didn't even find the elimination as it's swiftly done by Dragon's Yokai. They get back onto the point, get control, and start Ilios out with a point win.
Indeed, and this is the thing with the Lucio Kiriko versus the Ana Brig style is you need to make sure with your Ana Brig you need to control the angles and kind of slow the game down. You can't let the Lucio Kiriko just run around the map for free. But Dragon's Yokai, they've been doing a great job. They've been playing very quickly. Their engages have been very clean. They've all perfectly timed. They're just showing up at the same time on the same target, and Syntech, they just can't deal with it. Their backline, even if the few occasions they have survived, the Dragon's Yokai have been playing so quickly that the Lenkwin's just been able to isolate backline, meaning that the front line is just completely alone. As a swap of comms here to Kiriko from Dragon's Yokai with Queen, but here's the Mercy from the other side that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that means Aku is going to have that pocket once they hit those airwaves. Going to be able to spam in from nice and far. Axe attempting to come in from Jordan, needs to back up. Clean shot already used, but not going to get too much space from it. Meanwhile, Hell's actually in the backline, finds that Mercy. That's a massive elimination, and now the side of Syntech have crumbled.
Yeah, they played such a tight-knit comp for no reason, I believe. Like, the Echo, the Diva, the Mercy, the Kiriko, they were all stacked together on the right side, and they really should have just spread out some more as they just got easily surrounded from the side of Dragon's Yokai. But Syntech, they've decided that the Mercy look is not what they want, as they're swapping to an almost mirror with Monkey over Queen, as they're going to look to hack and isolate members of this Queen Rush comp.
Yeah, but of course, that Queen will be able to utilize that shout, keep them alive. Pulse Bomb, they're saved by the Suzu for now, but still so much damage being put out, especially by Jordan, who finds the other Sombra of Aku, and now immediately Syntech take this fight 4-5. They're not going to be able to find too much follow-up. Another Pulse Bomb comes out, and another Suzu ruins it, as the Greekos really keeping their teams alive. Indeed.
Lucio's traded at the end there, but Syntech gonna back out. They were down too many members, and their rotations have been a bit iffy. Dragon's Yokai keep catching them out, and they need to control their angles better, or else Dragon's Yokai are just gonna keep punishing them. But this EMP is just gonna be the ultimate punisher. Oh my goodness, 5-man EMP.
Yeah, deadly and devastating there. Doesn't quite get a coup there for the 5k, but they're pretty much pushing them all the way to spawn Krabby. And we're starting to really see these teams form a gap between them, as it just looks like Dragon's Yokai, they're in their stride.
Yeah, Syntech gonna mirror the Queen now, but maybe it's too little too late. They have their own EMP upcoming. If they can farm the rest of this one, they might be able to bring it back. But Marshall's already falling really low, and already Kiriko coming out from East Pac-Man to try and clean up already.
Yeah, and I like the aggression coming out here by Yokai. They're not waiting for the team to come to them. They're taking it to them. Evil finding Zoltan, forcing the beat out. Kitsune Rush also used. Now they're really waiting for this EMP. And it needs to come up big. It needs to find value. But Aku goes down. And that's it. the full stop, the exclamation mark. Ilios is absolutely going to be going the way of Yokai right now. But wait, hold on. Maybe with a big boop from Acids, things could change. It's coming around. Zoltan finds Hell. All of a sudden, it looks possible, but Lenquin is saying, nope, I'm staying on point. I'm the queen of the well. Marcel on Doomfist for the touch, gets pulse bombed. Is able to block the stick. That's one of the recent changes to Doomfist. It keeps him a little bit more viable, but it is going to be Yokai winning this one out.
Indeed, as it looked promising for a moment there, but the supports from the side of Syntech weren't back yet, meaning that even though they were finding counter picks on point, they couldn't sustain as they're finding picks onto the DPS, not the supports. And this would have been... Imagine how much of more of an interesting map this would have been if the Lucio ban perhaps came out earlier. And I think the Lucio ban will definitely come out now, as Dragons Yokai, they only played Lucio comps, and they looked very good and clean on their rotations. So, in a world where they don't have Lucio available, I'd like to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat as you. I mean, not only that, but Hell as an individual was playing so well on the Lucio that if you can just take that away from them, take that toy out of the toy box, then, you know, you start to create an opening, and that's what hero bans are all about. Trying to lessen the gap between teams where it might just be a stomp otherwise. But of course, as we get settled, we'll shortly be finding out what the bans may be from each side. What would you think if they went for like a Tracer ban, for example?
I think a Tracer ban is obviously a Tracer ban is always a good ban due to just how strong the hero is, and people will always want to get. If you remove the Tracer, it's always just a flat out good ban. Removing Tracer means no pulse bombs, no backline threat, but it doesn't really alleviate the issue of some comps, because a lot of comps can function with, for example, like Ashe Echo, Sombra Echo, and the dive will still happen. Or in the sense of a Queen comp, you could play like Ashe Genji or Sombra Genji. The comp would not fluctuate. Maybe the engages would change a slight bit, but you know, it doesn't affect the comps, but backline comps for bans.
Well, we do have
not
some
going to see
bans.
the backline bans.
Yeah, so first of all, the side of Yokai ban Hollywood for the side of Syntech to pick King's Row. Immediately, 3 of the players of Yokai said that they were banning Reinhardt. So they really didn't want the Reinhardt in play. And in response, Syntech chose Sombra as their ban.
It's a respectable ban. In the context of like a potentially brawl versus dive situation, a Sombra ban is very decent, as the EMP versus a brawl comp is just deadly. And with the ban of a Reinhardt, it would kind of insinuate that they are either going to play a brawl comp but struggle with like the Ramattra into Reinhardt matchup, or they are afraid of like the Reinhardt versus their own dive style comp. For example, we've seen an Owl, like the Florida Mayhem, playing Reinhardt versus like the Sombra Tracer with Winston, and successfully doing it, as they can kind of just instantly annihilate backlines. It would also make sense if they want to play Queen, as Queen into Reinhardt can be a very awkward matchup. So you'll have to wait and see what they actually want to go with. But the Reinhardt ban is definitely interesting. It's a very universal ban in the sense that a lot of comps have been struggling into Reinhardt. It's a very simple, straightforward pick, like your classic Reinhardt brawl comp. But it's also very reliable. It's very hard to beat a Reinhardt comp if you're not coordinated or you're playing comp picks that will struggle into it. So I like the Reinhardt ban. The Sombra ban would indicate that they're just scared of their comp is probably going to be like weak to Sombra in a sense of brawl or something like that. And yep, that seems about right to me. Some brawly style comps, some pokey style comps. I understand why Dragons Yokai would want to ban Reinhardt, as Reinhardt would probably actually find it very easy to get onto that comp.
Yeah, you're starting to get an idea, a feel of what might be in the pipeline here. I already see a cheeky little Torbjorn there on the map. I do love to see that. Torb's got a lot more play recently. I have noticed, at least, which honestly I love to see. I love to see the Swedish man get his due.
And the Ram comp, they wish to ban Sombra because Sombra versus Syntax comp would have been very strong. Now this is going to be a weird matchup as the side of Dragons Yokai, they don't actually want to brawl, they want to play more pokey, but we'll see how they play it out versus a comp that really wants to get up in their face as a left rotation coming out from Syntax.
Speeding through Hotel, looking to rent a room, but the only thing that they rent is a whole lot of damage. Oh, Wall almost isolates Marcel, but for now they will survive, sustaining themselves here in Hotel as they re-emerge, looking out with a very early window. Wow, that was incredibly early there by Nitrax, and that's going to allow them control of the point, but again, Evil actually finding a coup, so it's not clean. In fact, they're taking losses now with this Mei just finding those icicles exactly where they need it. Marcel does equalize here. Getting that tank down pretty much means that they'll be able to secure the point, but a blizzard actually comes out.
Yeah, and Jordan getting back late after dying first takes out Nitrax, but it might be already over as the backline of Dragon's Yokai just didn't rotate appropriately due to after the Hotel rotation, and they ended up very split and fighting in LOS that was just not good for them but superior for Syntech, and eventually they had to lamp. Syntech lamped second and took advantage of it to basically just run down the remaining members, kill the tank, kill the support from then onwards, as everybody has ults now. Besides Evil, who got his mail cancelled, everyone else is about to press Q.
Yeah, it's going to be a very busy fight on screen here. Linkman already has used that Nemesis form. Does have the Annihilation if they need it. Window comes up, but immediately denied by the Blizzard. Forces out the Transcendence, but already a Q has found 2 headshots there with the bow and arrow. One of the reasons why you choose that Hanzo for that one-shot capability as they take control. And it's looking like a very different map from Ilios.
Yeah, as the two sides, that their styles are showing, as Syntech are obviously way more comfortable on the brawl, and they're showing it as Dragon's Yokai, their comp was definitely an interesting choice. Maybe they've practiced it and it's worked before, maybe it's more designed as a counter comp to dive, but the window coming out early, Molten Core in response, this is a lot more ults.
Yeah, well, the beat is going to sustain Marcel through, who gets the Annihilation in the backline, needs to be covering up. It's taking a little bit more damage this patch. Oh, they didn't touch the point. The Annihilation forced them away and they didn't contest in time.
No, they were walled off by Zoltan. Wonderful Mabel. East Pac-Man, gone again, unfortunately. But unfortunately for them, he had no ult, he had already used it. He was like 50% to ult at most. The poll is very slow from the lobby lead at the moment, as they've forgotten who's lobby lead.
I believe it is the side of Yokai as well, so they have no excuses. But 4 minutes now on the time bank, 4 minutes 43 to be exact, rolling into third point. That's a lot of time there, and if they can finish, as they've been playing already, then they're going to have an amazing cushion of time.
Indeed, as they don't have many ults. They have the Hanzo ult, but on the side from Dragon's Yokai, they only have Mail, so it's going to be a very even fight in the sense that if the Mail is dodged or the Hanzo Dragon is dodged, it's just going to be a true neutral fight. So we'll see if they can dodge this Mail, as Marcel's already pushing up and there's angles being taken from Aku.
Yeah, you gotta watch for that Hanzo. That's why they're being nice and aggressive here with the Blizzard Dragon to try and counter the rotation, but it is already strong enough. Marcel almost went down, but got in Nemesis form just in time to keep themselves protected. as they are still in this fight if they want, particularly because Zoltan is all the way in the backline right now, completely split from the rest of the team. And if they get found out, then it could be a horrible stagger, but they actually stay alive.
The Happy Feet keeping Zoltan alive, and now the entirety of Syntax back, and Zoltan's adventures on the flank have led to him having a mail, as he's gonna probably use it here on this Altering Ramattra. Ultimate's coming out from left and right, and the Altering Ramattra has been frozen.
Yeah, trying to follow up here onto Lanquin is going to be able to eliminate them, but to what degree, as Hell cleans up on the Lucio yet again, and maybe proving to Syntax that Lucio ban maybe should have come out.
Indeed. And that was a very chaotic fight. Plenty of ults used, but one that wasn't used is the Nano from East Pac-Man. Nano Ram, the modern day Beyblade, where especially with his Nemesis form, and he doesn't have his ult, but he can definitely eliminate the backline if he uses it appropriately here. And that is probably what they're going to play for, as it comes up now.
Yeah, the Nano right onto Lanquin. Fists out here looking like a UFC fight card. Lanquin pushing them all the way back as Nitrox goes down. And that's definitely going to force a regrouping here from the side of Syntax.
Yeah, but one of the bonuses also for the side of the Nano Ram is that it bought so much space that Joden and Evil have been able to farm up their ults as well. And now Syntech have to push into Dragon and Mail. And it will definitely be a tough task with Dragon coming out already.
Marcel is all the way in the backline right now, looking like he died for Matra. Aku also finding the keen headshot right onto East Pac-Man. Blizzard is going to clean up as Evil spreads through the land.
Yeah, it was both DPS ults committed from the side of Dragon's Yokai, but it was very needed as Marcel got onto the Baptiste in the backline and eliminated him instantly. But it's now going to be the complete opposite story as Syntech have both DPS ults and the beat to boot. And Hell doesn't have his beat yet, so this is going to be a struggle, a fight to survive here as a lot of in-get ults about to be chucked in their face.
Yeah, here comes a Blizzard. Needs to kite away with it. Like you said, you don't have to beat, and they actually do kite away with it quite well, but they're very split up from their own tank who needs to annihilate to just keep themselves alive. Now, however, Zoltan finds himself isolated. Is going to be able to get the ice block there. Meanwhile, the rest of Yokai are holding in on this defense. Asleep from East Pac-Man is going to clean up the remaining member.
A wonderful shot from Joden actually stopped Aku's ult. The Dragon was cancelled, he was headshot mid-ult. And, oh, the Winston Kiriko coming out as they think the Ana is probably one of their biggest threats, so they're going to try and remove her. As I personally don't think that the Ana is their biggest threat. They've been struggling rotations-wise. They've been letting DPS get on the flank, but maybe this dive will prove me wrong as they're pushing in through main now.
Well, they definitely have a
Oh,
plan,
no.
Marcel. Oh, Hell. Don't do it to them like that. A bit for the ages sends them into the void.
Yeah, as he wasn't even... He was just trying to contest high ground, but Hell was hiding. He didn't really know that Lucio was there. And the second he jumped, Hell just showed his face, booped him and said, "You're not getting onto this high ground, goodbye, sir." And sent him into the void as it's last fight territory. They had 4 minutes and they've just kind of thrown it all away. It's 4 ults now.
A big sleep with the Marcel as well allows Jordan to find Nirax, and now Lanquin with the Nano is just getting in those fisticuffs, beating them up. And they had 4 minutes 46 on the time bank, now 0, and they won't even complete the map. A devastating third point for them, but an incredible hold from the Dragon.
Indeed, and I can see why they banned the Reinhardt, as initially their brawl was looking weak and they were probably very scared of the Reinhardt comp, especially with like how weak their brawl was looking. But Syntech just, their ultimate usage was questionable. They were overlapping a lot of ults, they were mistiming some of the usages. The Mayots, I'm going to say, left a lot to be desired, as not a single Mayot throws the Ramattra, as he was always able to duck around the corner and he never got walled off or anything. So they really just left a lot to be desired, and it just happened over and over again, and they could never get a good fight off. They were never able to execute properly. As the side of Dragons Yokai, they just became more disciplined. They stopped doing whatever they were doing on the first 2 points, which was, you know, not playing the game, you could say. They were struggling. They stopped doing that. They started like focusing on keeping their Ana safe. They swapped to Lucio, and hell's Lucio is a force to be reckoned with, and I don't think we're gonna see Lucio next map.
Yeah, that's definitely something that might be the case. I mean, as soon as they actually boop them into the hole, they said "dans le trou," which in French I believe means "in the hole." So even being vocal about how they're able to boop them into the void there. Now both compositions looking a little different. Lanquin coming out on the Zarya. And the matchup against the Orisa is actually quite interesting there, as traditionally, would you say that Zarya counters Orisa?
It's less so counters and more... Orisa's objective is just being a nuisance to the enemy tank, but the one tank in the game she can't be a nuisance to is Zarya. Zarya doesn't necessarily force Orisa out, she just is affected less by Orisa than other tanks. As
Right.
we're seeing now, is the Zarya's kind of just allowed to do whatever she wants, as Marcel can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's the main thing right now. Lanquin playing their own game, but gets isolated actually, and melee down by the Lucio of A6. But it is trade for trade, 2 ticks already, and A6 finds himself alone on the point against a Hanzo and an Ana, and that ain't gonna go too well, as already the Dragon has laid their horde down on first point, and they have 5:30 in the time bank.
Yeah, we saw what I was talking about in the sense that the Orisa got easily overwhelmed because the Orisa can't mirror the Zarya. Normally the Orisa will just mirror the opposition tank and just essentially make it a DPS game. Let them try and win their duels. But the Orisa can't mirror Zarya. I mean, the Orisa was trying to mirror the Ana and Lucio, who were the backline, but that meant that the Reaper Zarya were unleashed onto his own backline, and they're now mirroring Zarya as they've realized that you just can't run Orisa here. And now it's just going to be down to who ults better, as Evil is going really aggressive.
Oh yeah, they're going aggressive because the sleep onto the Hanzo there is going to force a nice aggressive push here. And the Jordan finding 2 with the Dragon, earning the name of the team as they're looking unrelenting here on their attack.
Gio, I don't know about you, I'm feeling nostalgic. I see a Nano Boost, I see a Death Blossom. I see a Lucio speed boost. I think this could be a very fun fight that's about to occur, as we can already see that Zarya is actually hiding for the grab. So, will they go for a flank grab or will they go for the Beyblade? We'll see.
Oh,
As Zarya
definitely
might
the
be
flank.
flanked.
Oh, but it's not the grab as well. No, there it finally is. Nano,
Beyblade
there,
incoming.
as we said,
Here it comes.
Beyblade, let it rip. Finds Dtrax, forcing into the backline. Lucio running for their life, can't escape, won't escape, and even with the window, it was not enough. They're rolling into third point. They don't need to even get it the whole way, Krabby, and they've got 5 minutes to do it.
Yeah, they do, but here comes the counteroffensive from Syntech, as their DPS have been swapping around and they've not got DPS shots, but they finally have the Graviton coming up, so they might, if they can maybe grab this fight. Oh, that is not good.
Oh, yikes. You don't love to see that, but the grab is going to hit it. His backline comes down right before the beat lands. Is it going to be enough? But Lanquin is going to be able to out-tank there as Marcel goes down. Jordan finding A6. They just need a couple more members down here and they can secure it. Blossom, however, from the Zoltan isn't going to find too much. We'll eventually get Lanquin,
Ooh,
and
nearly a
it
survive.
is Zoltan saving it for
Hell was
Syntech.
so close. Hell nearly booped the remaining members of Syntech off them point as they were trying to get back to point. But Syntech, 0 ultimates now. The Grav Dragon coming up from the side of Yokai is not going to be used as their dragon. Oh no!
Guys!
Guys!
No!
What a
They
wonderful way to end our first
You
match.
know what? That was so smart from Jordan to realize that they'd backed up and to just dragon between them and the point, meaning that the Reaper had to TP there. I think it would have been faster shifting onto point. You know, in retrospect, that's a very unfortunate way for that game to end. But ultimately, Dragons Yokai, they were looking like the better team, and they've proven they're the better team.
Yeah, since they had the right idea in that last fight, they had to back up and play slightly more for Hanzo picks, as you can't really take in a front duel, especially when you know there was Grav. But Dragon's Yokai and Jordan, they identified that. They were like, wait, they're stood back. We can just stop them from touching. And very quick thinking to execute on that and get a quite easy cap on the point, as they capped with, I'm pretty sure, maybe slightly less time, but by the time they capped, they had about the same time bank left as Cintiq did when they first started their point point C attack, which is honestly, I think that they speed run, like there's no other way to put it. They lost one fight throughout their entirety of their attack. Really impressive display from Dragon's Yokai.
Well, that is a first match already over there, and if you've ever wondered, you know, how to help out a caster that's volunteering, particularly here in A51, well, there's a new little thing. If you scroll down on Twitch, there is actually a tip jar, caster tips, where you can tip the casters for the work that they've done. It's a cool new feature here at A51.
It's down there. It's down there. I'm pointing at it.
So you can pay us to be your dancing monkeys. But these teams ain't no monkeys, as they have shown that they're here to play. We will be going to a short break, but don't go anywhere too far, folks, because after the break we have more hero ban action. We'll be right back.
See you.
Hello and welcome back, folks, to Arena 51's Hero Band Tournament, where we are going to be getting on with a few more games. Coming up now, we have Eclipse and alternate Untitled coming up. The first one was a bit of a 2-0. Now, maybe as we move on for the bracket, things will get a little bit more competitive, perhaps, Krabby.
Yeah, this is it's like El Clasico, the standard. Just every single round, every single first round match of a tournament's a 2-0. As the seeding, of course, it's not skill based; it's just random. So you could end up with a completely mismatched bracket, and that's what's happened. As every match in the first round was a 2-0, but hopefully now the stronger teams have been seeded against each other, and we'll see a way more competitive match now in this round 2 game, which is a best of 3, so first to 2 wins.
Yeah, first to twos, they usually do go quite quickly because you don't have that ability to do the El Clasico first to 3 reverse sweep. So they do tend to be faster. We are obviously watching now Alternate Untitled, a very strong team overall. Not only, through the history, going back to the first time I casted them, which would have been probably over a year ago, but also the fact that they're managed by the manager and player in Kids Tales, so I'm a little biased. Cold-blooded, shout out.
One of Gold's army of teams. You could another
Yes.
team managed by Gold Blooded. You could, but half of EU is managed by them, so it's very likely you run into a Gold Blooded team every once in a while, and it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. I do think this will definitely be a more competitive matchup on paper, as Eclipse, lots of ease. I think they definitely win the matchup for best logo, as their logo is truly a work of art.
Yeah, you do have to give that to them. Not only did they just screenshot the paint instead of actually exporting it, but yeah, I love the art. It gives me kind of a wholesome vibe. That's what it gives me.
Yeah, whoever made it had a good time. They were they were like, alright lads, we got a team, we got to make a logo, because you need your logo for your team, and we're like, what are we naming it? Eclipse, but I've got sticky keys on my E, so well, let's draw an eclipse, and it's actually really well drawn. Like, the eclipse itself is actually really well drawn, and for MS Paint, it's a very good drawing. But then to go one extra step and just screenshot the entire MS Paint window, it's truly,
Yeah.
truly amazing. Let's see if they can replicate this form in game, as the lobby has been set up, and we're waiting for the teams to decide on their map and hero bands. And what do you think we're gonna do for, like, what do you think the bands are gonna look like? As last match we established that there maybe should have been a Lucio ban. Do you think these teams are going to stick to more DPS oriented bans, or are they going to try go for some support bans this time?
So obviously, we're dealing with very high level teams here. Untitled, we're top 10 in Open Division Spring Series in EU. So not that long ago, they were some of the best teams in Tier 3, which just goes to show that they're probably, playing what's more hard meta. They're more likely to be playing that dive. So you do think that banning an Ana or banning a Kriko or even banning Winston, something that kind of mucks up dive a bit, would be the chaotic choice for these teams, because that's also probably what they've been practicing. I remembered Untitled being a very strong ball team, but that's probably my boomer memory, remembering Overwatch 1. So I don't know how much that actually applies to now.
this team very strong on the Winston dive with like the Anna Brig, Tracer Sombra, Tracer Echo. Their main tank, Gatsby Ninja or Greninja, really strong Winston player, and with their coach, who I've worked with once or twice before, who's very competent. They're a very well-oiled team, so they're definitely going to be good on the dive as they've banned Ilios as their first map. So,
I am a fan of that. I historically do not like Ilios. And they chose Nepal, so it's actually a flip of the last map where we had Nepal banned and then Ilios chosen. Then we have Ilios banned and Nepal chosen. So that's great. And very soon we'll be getting into the hero bans as well. With Nepal, what would you be thinking here in terms of hero bans for Nepal?
on 2 of the 3 points, maybe two. It's like 1.5 of the points on the Pulse Shrine. Very decent dive map. You can play dive. On the Pulse Sanctum, it's a you can play dive, but you need to make sure your rotations are good. And on Village, it's not really a dive map at all. It can be a dive map in the sense that you'll play like a pharmacy with a Winston maybe, but it's always the matchup of like, will teams play pharmacy on Village or will they like play Brawl and Anchor Point? Like, it's definitely an interesting matchup. You might actually not want to try and ban out a dive, as 2 of the 3 maps are maybe not dive, but maybe they will ban out dive, just knowing that this is a good dive team. So we'll see what they go with.
Yeah. Plenty of options there for now. As they're just getting a spectator sort of so many people actually spectating the game.
The whole extended family is here.
Yes. The whole alternate org has, I guess, is showing up in the spectators. Still to get someone banned. Oh, we actually do have our first hero ban coming out from Eclipse, and they have chosen to ban Lucio.
and Untitled, average reaction from their main support Nelio. Not impressed with the Lucio gone, but this is a smart thing. And Untitled banned Winston.
Ooh, wow. Okay, the claws are out early.
So we're not going to see Brawl more than likely with the Lucio gone, and with the Winston gone, we will likely still see Anna Brig with maybe a Diva or a Doomfist, or we'll see like the opposite of complete Mercy comps, just Mercy domination. And if that's the case, then if it's Mercy domination, we might not see Mercy next map. And if that's the situation, next map's going to be even more interesting.
I just love it. Out of the gate, Lucio, and I wish stream could have seen the reaction in chat from all of the players from that one. So, if you're going to be playing Brawl now, it's going to be a very slow Brawl. So, I imagine that even on the map of Sanctum here in Nepal, we'll probably more likely see spam than any Brawl come out. Even on Village, of course, you can still TP, but you don't have that Lucio speed to get the points, so, you're maybe more likely to see maybe something like a Far Mercy. What do you think, Rabbi?
Yeah, it's likely going to be a pharmacy. Thankfully, unlike our last match, Symmetra is not banned, so a team can still Frankenstein their way to TPing points with, like, a Brawl comp, but it will definitely be interesting if they do pharmacy or Brawl. And so our fellow Lucio player has decided to take out his anger of not being able to play Lucio and play Moira.
Yeah, typically you'd see Moira chosen instead of the Baptiste. You usually choose a Moira because of the Coalescence upkeep and how often you can get the Coalescence. But now, combine that with Baptiste. That's a disgusting amount of healing, but also very slow moving. Does that make them vulnerable to this kind of divey composition coming out?
Well, no, with no Lucio, they're doing what I said, is they're Frankensteining a Brawl comp and just setting up point, as they're just going to sit here and the enemy team will try and get angles on them and go in, and due to no Winston, it's going to be a little harder, but Doom is actually decent in this situation as the engage is already coming out.
Yeah, engage coming out. Happy Sloth finding Zuppo, however. Sternbergergen keeping it alive and getting Nagi as well. As the fight gets a little brawly, is in the favor, of course, Untitled, but punched away there by Doomfist, keeping the players away from the point, allowing them to capture it for now. That counter charge is going to put a Tori in a bit of a spicy situation, and they can't handle their hot sauce, as the point is already going to switch back here as the Brawl takes control and sets up those Symmetra turrets.
Indeed, as they weren't able to clean up Eclipse. They couldn't clean up after getting some initial picks, and Neilio thought better of sticking on Moira, has gone over to Brig, and here we can see the Pharaoh, the pharmacy's coming out, as this was kind of what I was expecting. The team's probably going to be play like Bap Brig or Bap Zen, and here they are. They're going to set up, they're just going to anchor point and just try and stall, as if they can stall to like 70, 80%, doesn't matter if they lose the fight, as they'll then be able to just recontest. And oh, that's a nice hack pick on the Sturgrigan.
Yeah, and that's immediately going to be a lot of healing gone. Of course, Nilo not on the Moira anymore. The Brigitte now was the only heal, gets taken out by Mistbuck as well. And just slowly, yeah, this Farm Mercy is just picking away at the scraps here of Untitled.
Yeah, the Untitled's kind of suffered from the lack of Lucio rotations, where commonly if there was a hack or an engage coming out on the bat, they could speed away or they could walk back to the point, but they had to kind of slowly amble their way back to point, meaning that they got caught out in the rotation, and Greninja's realized that he has to go D.Va here just to help his rotations a bit more, and they've on the point, but there's a Nano Doom.
Nano Doom's gonna keep Hattori alive, find Stormberger again as the first choice. That's what happens when you don't have a Lucio to be able to boop and control, and the barrage is gonna be so much damage here. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. If you're a slow-moving brawl-like comp, you're just gonna get picked apart by a Farm Mercy.
And that's what's happening, as this Lucio ban has really shooken up what this game could have been, as Untitled are really, they look a bit confused, a bit lost. They've swapped onto the Mercy themselves as play the Mercy Cass, but the Cass not really good into Pharmacy anymore, especially with his fall-off changes in the recent patch, and we'll see if he can contest the Pharaoh probably, but no, as Nelium's fallen early already.
Window comes up, but is it a little bit too late as Zuppo? Is it a bit of a duel here with the Doomfist? Hattori needs to back up. We're in the final percentages here. It needs to be Untitled, finding something. Devilwood's on the prowl as the Cassidy is actually Ninja finding the hacker there. That's going to open things up. A Happy Self immediately with a resurrection. Nullifies that, but Mistbuck goes down to a turret now. That's unfortunate. It looks like Untitled have a good control of the point right now. Able to swap it over. Immortality Field just in time to save Greninja. And Hattori is again on the hunt, finding Zuppo, not giving up, keeping up the pressure. That Farm Mercy still able to find value until Devilwood makes the Mercy cry.
Yeah, and a scrappy fight, as Untitled were very split up at the start of the fight. They were kind of everywhere, and Zuppo was just kind of on the point, almost alone, just staring down two people with his level 3 beam. But the level 3 beam meant they really couldn't go on him as effective as they would have wanted to, but they can go on him now as they have an EMP, but an early pick res, but the EMP is still around, and this might be a quick fight with the EMP.
Yeah, EMP, as well as that Nano, if they want to put it onto Blizzard Star, who goes down immediately. EMP also doesn't find the value that they were looking for. It's a disaster on the ult usage here by Eclipse. In fact, they're being eclipsed right now, even by a solitary window on the point. An amplification matrix is going to finish it out. And that was a close one, only 1% difference there, but Untitled got a grip of it by the end.
Yeah. The Untitled Neilio typing in chat, 3 heroes, 1 round. He's really been playing Mystery Heroes on support. Really, the Lucio player lost on what to do without his Lucio. But that round was a truly struggle for both teams as the pharmacy from Eclipse and the dive at the beginning, they almost knew what they were doing. They were fine with the Winston and the obviously their own Lucio ban, and they knew what they were doing. But the side of Untitled, they had to like mechanics their way to the victory in the end. As thankfully Devilwood was just clicking heads, and they're gonna roll out on a poke comp versus another pharmacy, and it's a really interesting matchup. No hit scan on the side of Untitled, so the Pharaoh might run rampant. But we'll see if Devilwood can replicate his Cassidy heroics on the Hanzo this round.
Yeah. Imagine Nilio will be putting the Discord Orb onto the far as well. So even a body shot arrow can get a lot of damage done with that Discord Orb, which still does a lot of damage. Amplification. Greninja almost taken into the void there by a punch, but of course those tanks are a little bit harder to push around than normal. Hattori opening the space up for Nispuck to be in the backline and just absolutely tear it up.
Once again, we see where having a Lucio would have benefited them. They caught out Nagi and Hattori, caught in a room, and Ninja used his Nemesis form to run them down, but his team couldn't follow because they're just so slow. Because they just couldn't move quick enough to get close. They tried, but they were caught out in rotations. Now Greninja's gone over to the ball, and Nilio on the Mercy, they've just been like, we're gonna slam backline, you're gonna click heads, and probably get killed. As Nagi finds a wonderful pick.
And Nilio's on a journey to play every hero possible. Oh,
what a punch by Hattori.
Yeah, that pulse bomb was great, but also the punch from Hattori pushed him out of the immortality field so that the pulse bomb actually found a kill. Incredible synergy there from the Doomfist and the Tracer of Hattori and Nispuck.
Indeed, as Untitled are definitely not used to be playing like versus a pharmacy in this manner. They used to probably just running down backlines with Lucio even versus pharmacy. You can see now they're on the Echo, they're Sombra, they're really trying to find an appropriate counter, while Eclipse, like, they were ready for this. They really won the ban game at the start, and it's showing.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a case of them figuring out Untitled in the ban phase. Hattori so comfortable in the Doomfist, you can tell it doesn't really matter if you ban the Winston, as they can get that value anyway. Greninja though, proving they're just as capable, takes out Hattori. It's a messy one, but again, we're in the final percentages now of the control for the side of Eclipse, and Untitled are struggling to get any value here.
Yeah, wonderful double from Greninja coming onto Nagi, catching the Kiriko out way overextended, but will it even matter as Eclipse have a lot of ults coming up, but it might not work as Greninja's mines and the Valve coming up from Nilio. They might be able to clean up, but Greninja caught out on the backline. Can Hattori live? No, he can't. Rez coming onto Greninja now, and this fight, they're just throwing every ult at it.
Yeah, and they want to win it out here and now. It's messy, lots of ults coming out. Zupu also went on to the Kiriko with the duplicate to get a little bit more healing, get that Kitsune rush, and it has worked out in the end for the Untitled. Did the investments from Eclipse though, was it a little bit too much? Well, they're already swapping some heroes.
They're swapping comp because they can't play Father into Echo anymore, so they want to swap to Sombra, and it's a logical pick. They now have essentially 80 or 90% to just farm a singular EMP and win the game. And Devilwood, of course, has his own EMP, but they're stuck on a very, how would you put it, scuffed comp for the time being, where one hack on anybody will be a free pick, and the EMP will be a round ender. So they really are going to have to play perfectly as the EMP coming out, and that's what they needed.
Yep, nice and clean and swift as well. As you see, Hattori now just forcing point, gets taken out. And this could very well just be a full-on reverse sweep on this point from 0% to 100 against 99. Untitled, they're looking to hold in strong here.
Yeah, Nagi over to the Ana. We now have various fight-winning combos that they can execute, and oh, Sterling nearly got caught out. He did get caught out, and this fight starts off horribly for Untitled.
Yeah, and now they're looking like they're not holding in. The door's been kicked down here, and Eclipse are saying, we ain't knocking. We're taking this point, and you can't stop us. And they are going to equalize here on the PAL, taking us to Shrine to decide this first map.
Indeed, that was the Sombra Pit coming out from Eclipse. They hacked the Kiriko and just executed so quickly that Untitled really couldn't react. They tried their best. I think he TP'd away. I don't know if there was a Suzu coming out, but they tried their best to stay alive. But it just for naught in the end, as they didn't even need to save up for the EMP. They ended the round at like 70%, and Orisa? Ooh. Orisa
Yeah.
gaming time.
Orisa Gaming, perhaps. I mean, if you played Reinhardt, you'd basically be just a turtle, right? Without that Lucio, you become so weak, especially if the Pharah came out again. But it is actually TPing out this time with, again, that Sombra Doom.
Looking to hack and execute someone from this. Quite weird, as Nelio has decided that his best choice is going to be the Mercy, as Greninja not happy with the Sombra Doom backline, as he's chosen Reinhardt expecting the enemy team to maybe not be on Sombra Doom, and it's just not happened.
I mean, they've only played Doomfist, so you really should have expected more of the same, surely. But Greninja, nonetheless, finding some value with that charge, basically needs to be playing that, you know, dive Rhine style of gameplay if they want to get any value charging into the fray, because you don't have that speed anymore.
Indeed, a wonderful engage by Zupo, by the way. While the Doom Tracer Sombra were like trying to find an engage, Zupo just put a teleporter on top of the backline of Eclipse, and they just weren't ready for it, and their positioning was thrown completely out of sorts, leading to two people falling instantly. But Hitori here now has an empowered punch. Will he be able to find out a good engage? Oh, he might do, with that TP being really risky.
Oh, it's an aggressive TP taken to the backline out. Sturmgurgen getting those first picks rather than being the first pick. A swap up from the PAL village, and they're able to touch just in time before that back cap can come in. And I'm liking these TPs.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Blizzard Star was swapping and spawn at the time that TP came out. If the Pharah was there at the time of the empowered punch on TP, that would have been instant team wipe, but they're going for it now as Doomfist coming up and he's dropping onto the backline.
Big pulse bomb eliminates the Reinhardt. No res available as Neil gets punched into the wall. Sturmgurgen actually thinks it's winnable, utilizes amplification matrix, but perhaps that was a bit of a bold maneuver.
Definitely an ambitious one. There was potential there. There was three of them alive shooting through the window, and if they could have landed some shots and with the Cass and the Baptiste, they would have one-shot someone and maybe won the fight, but alas, that did not happen, as now Nano Pharah is available. They've also got Barrage, they've got Valkyrie, and what a punch, as these TP rotations are really getting punished.
Yeah, Hitori is really smart with how they're engaging here, creating a lot of space. There's the barrage, but it gets absolutely nilch. Resurrection attempted and thwarted. Untitled, they're looking nice and comfortable here on this Rhine comp.
Indeed, as a massive punch came up from Hitori at the start, and they tried to barrage the follow-up, but they just didn't really barrage anyone in specific. They just barraged the general area, leading him to getting picked off, and Hitori got solo shattered. And sick of Hitori, he's going aggressive, and he's 1v1ing Greninja on the front line. He just doesn't work out for him. He's really struggling this round.
Yeah, Hitori struggling against that brawl damage that the Rhine supplies. Good whoop there by Blizzard Star to keep the Reinhardt away from the backline. 90% right now. They really need to come up with something big. The Nano engage onto the Pharah, but already taken out by that custody nade.
Yeah, and Hitori, I believe, has disconnected as they were walking in a straight line into a wall, as this fight was pretty much over already, as Nano Pharah got shut down instantly, and there we go, Hitori's DC'd right as the round was ending, and it's just a truly unfortunate way for the game to end, but really good adaptation from Untitled, as they realized that Hitori was really eager to punch everything they could every TP, every like group up, Hitori was just yeeting themselves into them because he was getting 4 or 5 man punches, but then they were hitting them with the Cassidy nade, and he just could never escape. And that led to just always being a fight up or a pick up every fight. And Altera and Taito, wonderful adaptation throughout the round.
There was a lot of swaps around. There was a lot of, kind of rock, paper, scissors here in terms of how they were playing. Which, you expect to see, when you ban such iconic heroes like Winston and Lucio, that's just gonna happen, right? So, it's not to be unexpected. But yeah, Untitled, they definitely look like they were easier to adapt there. I liked that usage of the TP to, nullify the fact that they didn't have that Lucio, so it was kind of like a new style way of getting those fast rotations. And they survived even against the Fire Mercy, which is kind of a natural counter to a slow-moving Brawl.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Mercy ban coming up here now, because Altera Untitled, despite countering it effectively, I think they will rather not play versus it and force a true dive mirror with perhaps a Doom or a D.Va, somewhat more similar, like an Annabrig backline dive mirror, and they're probably very confident on it. If they were to leave the Mercy open, it might lead to some more awkward situations where they struggle to really find an answer only until the very end, as they've decided to ban King's Row, and I think we're definitely looking towards a dive map for the side of Untitled, as that's probably what they want.
Interesting, considering how good they were looking on the Reinhardt. Perhaps they were expecting them to ban Rein anyway. So, banning Kings, and now we're heading to Hollywood as our next map choice. And you've already banned Winston. So, obviously, Hollywood, lots of high ground, dives very strong. If you were now to ban Doomfist, that would be very strong.
Indeed, a Doomfist ban, as a Sombra ban coming out from the side of Untitled. Smart, as the Sombra was causing them a lot of issues. I don't think it was their main issue causer, but I guess they think that it's kind of hard to play Mercy on Hollywood, which it really is. You can't. It's really hard. The only real point you can get away with playing Mercy on Hollywood is second point, so I don't think they're too worried about the Mercy on Hollywood. And just to go back to the King's Row for a moment, they probably banned Kings due to the fact that if they did end up going to Kings, they would have ended up playing like a scuffed brawl into Pharmacy and just ended up not having fun. So you'd rather not go to that, as from the side of Eclipse, they've banned Baptiste, so they really do not want Untitled running any sort of poke or brawl comp, and I think they're just going to go for the dive mirror with slightly alternate tank and DPS picks, probably Tracer Echo coming out.
Yeah, that's probably the idea. Initially I was surprised that Untitled didn't ban Doomfist, but then I don't know. But we are in the final hurdle here. 17 seconds. Oh, the nano
Toby
to
back on
Hattori
the
for the
Doom.
execution.
Oh, this is a wonderful game as plenty of hero swaps. Nano Ram coming out and a copied Ram as well as Nelio has been caught a bit far forward. Will they punish him? No.
It's falling apart already. Dragon comes out as
The
well.
Nano, the copy Ramo. What
Yep.
a ultimate.
Finds Zippo, goes down. Greninja, 1 HP, and the defense hold in, stopping that 3rd point completion.
Uh-huh.
I think Heller has realized.
As a wonderful round of Overwatch and yeah, hero bans are hilarious indeed. Nisbrook realizing it as typing it in chat. And they're having a lot of fun and the hog pick, I'm just smiling watching the hog pick just work and then the side of Untitled have to just make wholesale swaps to try and fix it. It's just very impressive game, and I really want this to go to game 3, just so I can see what would happen if the teams are forced to do even more bans.
Yeah, well, I believe are we back? I don't know if I have confirmation that our voices are meeting the airwaves. Okay, we are back. Okay, perfect. For anyone that missed our cast, which was everyone other than myself and Krabby, it was the best cast you've ever heard, by the way.
We were having a lot of fun. I was laughing my heart out when Greninja got hooked for the 4th time in a row. As Hattori gonna start on this hog that we were discussing was the objectively correct pick in that situation, as the value this guy is finding on hog is no understatement. As he's on the flank right now, and the side of Untitled, really, they've resorted to the Ashe Mercy, and they're really struggling to find an answer, as Nisbrook with an instant pick. Hattori, wonderful hook off the start already.
Oh my god, the Roadhog is finding its value. Greninja going down. But meanwhile, Zippo has found the backline. Another massive res there at that time. Taking their life for it is Happy Sloth. However, Devilwood is finding those shots uncontested on the high ground and proving why they're just a slick shot.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the downside of having a hog is you don't have a tank that can go after the Ashe, but perhaps that won't even matter as Hattori's hook accuracy has been insane. He might just find a hook on the Ashe, who knows? As Ultimate's coming up, we've got a copy from the side of Eclipse, as will probably be the difference maker, as I can probably see them copying a D.Va here, or a Tracer, trying to find their way onto the backline with help with Nisbrook on the Tracer. Here comes the D.Va copy.
D.Va copied there. That's going to initiate the fight here. They have control of the point, but again, have to be careful of that backline getting torn up by Zippo. But it's the Bob that finds Happy Sloth. Servagargan saying, I'm the Ana to deal with here, takes out Nagi. Meanwhile, Hattori has retreated into the backline and spawn of the opposing team, and is in point 2 right now, with Greninja realizing what is going on.
The really funny thing about this is, with him being back there, they can't. The backline has to be living constant fear of a hog just materializing, and he's on his way. He's coming.
Slowly but
Stonebird's
surely.
currently distracted, but oh
Meanwhile,
dear. Meanwhile, on the opposite backline, there is a D.Va murdering everyone.
Greninja's just like, oh, there's no Roadhog. Okay, W. Just goes in, deletes everyone. And there's still a sneaky little Roadhog in the backline.
As this is the moment in your ranked games where you just type Roadhog AFK in your spawn, and it goes one of two ways. The enemy team forgets about him, or they, don't. As I don't think they've forgotten about him just yet. As Hitori making his way back, will he find something? No nade from the side of Sturgo, so he might actually get a hook for free.
Oh, sorry,
he's
going
been
aggressive. Gets to sleep. Oh, but Zupo doesn't get the follow-up because Blizzard
It's
found him.
really
The whole hog right into the face of the Ana. It worked out. It was unconventional. It was silly. It wasn't normal. But they have the point because of it.
Yeah, as Hitori just moved into the enemy backline, set up a permanent residence for the last 2 minutes, just for this very moment. Well, he had the foresight to do this, as now they're just cleaning up the point. Zupo with a pulse bomb to clean up the Ana, but not really gonna lead to anything, as it's just gonna be rezzed. As Hitori gonna stick to this hog, as they believe it's the best way to win this game. And I honestly am inclined to agree with that.
Yeah, fair play to them. They keep hooking Greninja. Nothing's stopping that from happening. And it's distracting Greninja from dealing with the Fire Mercy, most importantly, which means that Blizzard Star is just kind of free in the air a lot of those times, but finally the pork's been cooked.
He was out of LOS of his... Oh dear. Poor Nisbuk, as what a calamity of errors from both DPS from the sides of Eclipse. Nisbuk landed a really good stick on Sturgeburn, but Sturgeburn was like, oh, you're out of blinks, you used all of them to stick me. Be a shame if I just walked over next to you and let you die with your own pulse. And Blizzard Star then looked for the barrage, but I guess they were looking for a swap as they've swapped, and Greninja hooked into nade will probably get demeched here if he's not careful.
Yeah, the Widow has already found a pick onto Zupo. No res available because they had the res for the Ana. So maybe that pulse bomb did find its value in the end. Now Bob coming out. But the nano onto Mr. Pork. Can he find the chops though? Greninja going low. Has a nano of their own to stay alive. However, 1 HP and a dream. Running back to the support. Zupo gets hooked. But it doesn't do the damage. Whole hog is quite far away, isn't getting the value it wants, does push them off behind.
He cleared out the whole high ground. He hooked the bomb! He lived! What heroic statement.
Don't know if it was necessary, but I appreciate it nonetheless. And Anti-Nade will take them out, however, we're below a minute. Zupo gets revenge. Takes out Nagi. And again, it looks like the defense holding strong, and perhaps Satori has realized Roadhog isn't getting the value anymore.
Long live King Roadhog, and he will not be forgotten, as they've decided that the Ana Brigdoom will probably be the better approach to winning this game. As over to the Tracer as well. They've got a Blade coming up, and the side of Untitled don't actually have a counter as a Blade if it can be landed, used properly, but Hitori caught a bit on the flank. Will he get caught out? No, it might be Greninja getting caught out, actually.
Yeah, has the support though of the Valkyrie. The Valkyries keep them alive through Valhalla, Vic and Finn. Hitori going low, it's taken out. Greninja proving their worth on the D.Va right now. Seconds remaining, and they don't touch the point. It was only the backline, to be fair, left. And it is going to be Untitled winning it out 2-0 overall. A very strong performance. Very chaotic performance.
Very entertaining match, sure. 4 members alive at the end, but with their tank gone, they were scattered, and I didn't really realize who was supposed to touch, unfortunately, as some were grabbing health packs, some were doing other things, but honestly, that was truly the highlight of the match, was just the hog on the attack. It was very fun, and I have genuinely had a blast catching that map. I'm sad we don't go to map 3, as these teams were putting on a show with the hero bands, and we would have seen a hog at a mercy ban or something like that, and map 3 would have been truly even more chaotic. And honestly, we saw the effect that a Lucio ban that I was discussing like at the start of the stream. Lucio ban really throws a spanner in the works for like the whole game, and
Yeah.
it really led to this whole situation. It snowballed from just the simple frog boy being shut out.
Yeah, just one little DJ causes so much chaos in the field when they are banned. Yeah, it's fun. You know, seeing these hero bans, it forces teams to adapt and think on their feet, and it creates some interesting Overwatch. I mean, instead of your usual of seeing pretty much the same compositions over and over played very well, the entertaining part of a hero ban tournament is you see so many different compositions being played on the fly, and you get to really test the team's ability to improvise. And that's always fun because as a caster, you're always improvising live. I mean, that's what it is, improvised storytelling, right? Live. So it's fun to see the players be forced to improvise in terms of the compositions.
Yeah, it's definitely it shows it kind of shows the stronger teams maybe as the stronger teams will definitely like be more competent on more heroes and be able to like the strength of your team is that or like the best teams. I'm gonna quote Gator from the Atlanta Reign is the best team in the Overwatch League is the team where every single player could be a coach in their own regard, and that is really gonna show in this situation where every player is able to think on the spot and figure out like what changes they want to make. And
Yeah.
these changes they've been making are truly quite impressive as these teams now we're going to see alternate untitled going on to the winners finals now versus reality check. Cool.
Yep, and that's going to be up next, folks. Well, it's over for myself and Krabby. You have in your wonderful hands Edgar and Spectrion is going to be your new casters for that finals of the winners bracket, and that will be a best of 5, so we'll be going a little longer for that one. Reality check versus alternate untitled after this short break. Don't go anywhere too far, folks. Get some refreshments and get ready for some more chaotic Overwatch.
Yep, see you soon. Well, not me, but
I doubt they caught that.
maybe not. We really
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the winners' finals of the Area 51 or Arena 51 Hero Bands tournament. I am Egg to the Ruiner, joined today by, of course, the very lovely, very handsome Spectreon. How are you doing?
It's lovely to be here. It's a new patch, a new day, and also a rather new format, you know. Overwatch has always been flirting with the idea of hero bans, but I'm very personally excited to get into lobby and see exactly what these two teams elect to do with it. You know, we're long past the days of having somebody's cat choose what heroes will be played and what isn't. So,
Crazy,
yeah, it should
that.
be very, very nice to see an actually logically implemented format played out today.
I know what you're talking about. I think the system where you just like shut your eyes, toss darts at a board, see what sticks, and then just ban a hero that way. I think that's pretty base. Obviously, so far in the tournament, we've been seeing a lot of different bans coming in. Sometimes we're seeing Winston going, Kiri going, just things that can really shake up the game so much. And it's especially important for these teams because often at this level, these teams will have a very specific style that they really like to play. A single ban can throw that into disarray. So if anything, this is going to be measuring the ability of these teams to adapt and whether they can play a bunch of different styles well.
Oh, I definitely agree with that, but I think every single ban will always raise a question. Do you stick to your plan and only substitute a single hero and hope you can force this new, maybe slightly less than optimal style? Or do you just fully swap your composition, full send it into something else entirely, and then hope that maybe even though the skills maybe don't carry through, that the strength of the composition itself is enough to get you the win? And so that's going to be, I think, the dichotomy that some teams are going to fall on either side of, and it may just be the separator between winning and losing. I am just curious to see exactly what teams decide to do with this, because we could see some really, really wacky stuff. That's always a lot more fun.
Yeah, I think with that question, oftentimes it's quite dependent on exactly what's being banned. You know, like let's say that you're running a dive composition, and you can't play a Brig anymore. Maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. You can try and run a Kiri instead, maybe even a Lucio to join in those dives. But let's say that you're really strong on that Winston dive, and then they just ban Winston entirely. Well, even if you're, say, good at Bull, good at D.Va, they just don't have the same effect, especially in the current patch, because I think while we're here, we might as well do a little meta report. Obviously, there hasn't been a lot of time with this new patch, but it seems like, obviously, before it seemed that dive was quite prevalent, the Winston, the Sombra, the Tracer, and other than a small change to Winston's right click and Sombra's EMP charge, which obviously is going to be fairly impactful, there's not been a lot of change of that across the board, and so I do think that could still reign supreme.
I think what could perhaps change is maybe bring a little bit more Kiriko into the meta. Of course, Ana had some minor nerfs, so did Brigitte, so that backline is now a little bit weaker. Kiriko as well, Lucio, both minor buffs, so we could substitute in some Kiri Lucio like we did launch Kiriko time. But it's all very much guesswork. It's very early days. But what we do know, I think, is that we're going to be seeing Iari in the future. Of course, she's not available for play in this tournament, nor in competitive play, but so far she seems like very, very strong. I fully expect her to be a substitute for Baptiste in Poke compositions so far. But again, it's still early days yet, and if her hero is maybe not tuned correctly, maybe a little bit strong, we could even see her being forced in maybe some dive compositions just with the strength of her damage.
I think that's it. Obviously, there's so much utility to her kit. You have the pylon, you obviously have her ability to use that little kind of self-explosion, almost get away from danger. But it's just mostly about the damage, you know? A support that oftentimes is able to burst down targets, take easy duels, and in a lot of high-level scrims, it seems like Illari just leads the lobbies in damage. But anyway, enough about Illari, because obviously not going to be seeing any playtime in this. What we are going to be seeing is the first ban coming in from Reality Check today, which is going to be Mercy. And I'm sure that all three Mercy mains watching are molding right now.
Yeah, most definitely, yeah. The other ban from the other side is going to be Lucio, so main supports are definitely not having a fun time this game. It's going to be Brigitte or bust. In terms of maps, it looks like Lijiang has been banned by Nelio and co on the side of Untitled. So Nepal will be the first place we start, I believe.
Yeah,
So
I
it'll be
mean,
very interesting seeing what are we saying? Double flex support backlines 24/7.
just maybe. I mean, the Mercy ban seems quite targeted. You know,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Lucio is a very general targeted ban. It completely cripples your ability to play those rushdown style, those Rhine or Ramatra compositions because you simply aren't able to get your tank where they need to be in time before just being poked out from a distance. So the removal of Lucio kind of just eliminates the potential to play that. But the Mercy pick is, yeah, very, very targeted. I guess it's just an idea that Untitled have maybe a star hit scan on their team or a star Pharah player on the team, and they just want to cripple that threat as much as humanly possible.
It's a reasonable impulse, but we'll have to see if it ends up working out for them. On Nepal, no Mercy, no Lose, so it's going to be a very different look from what we traditionally get to see. And
Yeah, no
starting
Mercy.
out here on Shrine. Is it Shrine?
Yes,
I should actually learn all the sub-maps at some point.
yeah, it's crazy that. It's
The
the
thing
job,
is, though,
isn't it?
yeah, it is, but like, have you ever loaded in and thought, damn, I'm on Shrine? I always think, damn, I'm on the point that sucks.
I actually really like Shrine as a point, mostly because I'm a Wrecking Ball one trick, and you can just play it a lot. So
That's true,
I'm going to
that's
be
true.
personally quite happy with that. It's a great map for that. Meantime, obviously, I've been fooled in the spawn room before, but yeah, it would be very interesting if Sakurajima wants to roll out on this Rhine without that Lucio. It does seem like Alternate Untitled are going to be running a little bit more of a sensical comp. They're going to be having the Ball, Zen, yeah, the double flex support will be coming in from both of these teams, as you said.
It's worth noting that it's going to be the Baptiste Zenyatta backline rather than an Ana Bap, going to provide a little bit more frontline damage when you're pressuring the tanks, but as the fight breaks down, that's not going to matter too much.
Yeah, and here you can see the struggle of running this rush competition without that Lucio. You can't really get anywhere, and they're just content to be, shot at from a distance. They don't really have anything to do with the trace. They are going to be using that TP, actually, onto Nelio, so never mind what I just said. Linux is going to be caught in all the chaos. That is a good chunk of healing gone for this side, but Savart staying nice and healthy behind the Sakurajima shield. And yeah, I guess maybe you don't need a Lucio for that mobility when you have a Symmetra able to TP your team around the point, as GNJA is going to be having a bit of a rough time on the back, getting frozen up here, likely not long for this world, having to leave the fight very shortly, or just leave this mortal coil, apparently.
Yeah, and with that backline, that heavy poke backline, the kind of issue is that it lacks the ability to rotate quickly. So if you get teleported on by, for example, a Reinhardt composition, you really have very few options but to sit there and die. That's why we're seeing swaps coming through. Nelio over to the Moira, Sterbergen going to be on Kiriko, so much more survivable, but maybe a little bit less damage from range.
Yeah, you also think, how is a Moira really going to be joining in these team fights, A little bit of damage can be provided, but it's not like any of the DPS can really benefit from Moira's consistent AoE heals. Is going to be a pin coming through onto the Kiri, but the Suzu was perfectly timed to save the life there. Mine's going to be dropped on point from GNJA, and just the explosive combo, Zupa, GNJA, rolling through the competition right now, and yeah. This is the problem. You just take the angles, you surround the Rhine composition, and they can't really do anything about it.
And now this Rhine composition doesn't have an easy target to teleport onto. One has to wonder what the win condition even is. Pretty much any one of these players has an easy escape tool should they be rushed upon, so it's going to be very tough for Sakurajima and Co to get much of anything going, especially as Lingmax goes down early.
Yeah, Kiri, that's the power of Kiri. Obviously, the kunais were changed recently, and it has affected some breakpoints. Those headshots dealing slightly less damage, but, Kiri's still an absolutely deadly threat, going to be delaying this engage here from Reality Check. And I think the play here for Reality Check is to just try and bunker down on the point and force the issue, because there's no one that you can really get onto. You just need to let them come to you. But that's a lot easier said than done.
Very easy to say, but yeah, in execution, maybe a little bit rougher. You see exactly how they have to rotate, constant sim TPs, strange pathing, but as the Kitsune Rush comes onto the point, they show they want to take the fight here and now.
Yeah, and the Blizzard will be coming out defensively. G&J was hacked up, but actually able to live out through it. Nelio going to be popping the Coalescence in the meantime. Lyrax's window is just too chaotic to really get anything with it. And the Echo Juke was able to charge up the Blizzard of her own, freezing up Bugha. A little bit of a counter Maediff there, almost coming out. And the Rhine on this point isn't going to be long for this world. And yeah, you can only really force the point for so long. Bull's so good at just contesting it for long periods of time. Moira survivable as well. And so even if you're able to flip the point for a second, it's not going to lead you to win the fight in the long run.
And this is kind of the issue there. If you are forcing the point, then you're going to struggle so much with all the angles you've given up, and against a composition like what we're seeing from Alternate Untitled that thrives around those same angles, then you are essentially handing them the win condition on a silver platter. We'll see if these mines from GNJ actually hit the same as they did last time, because in the previous fight they were absolutely humongous and they have the opportunity to be so again.
Yeah, TP coming through on the other side of the point. Mines, as you mentioned, going to be dropped onto the entire team, and Savat not able to escape with that. Solo Shatter is going to be coming over onto G&J. Zupo also the core on the end, but the Suzu there is perfect to keep that ball nice, packed up in the fight. Desperation Window going to be coming out from Linux, as Savat has switched back over to the Sombra to try and get back quicker. Stall out, maybe deal with this Wrecking Ball or some other threats by hacking them up. Sakajima, charge onto point, not going to do too much. And another defensive Blizzard. G&J is going to be hacked up, but will get out in the meantime. Sabat catching Zupo on the point, and the hack will come through onto Devilwood, but it's a bit too late. He's already gotten 2 on this Tracer. The Coalescence was actually stunned up here by Captain Crash, and Nilo is going to be assassinated mid-ultimate. But yeah, there's just nothing that Reality Check can do. They're just being kind of rope-a-doped here by Alternate Untitled.
And I do kind of have to call this a bit of a mismatch in compositions. I think that... I have to say that Reality Check have possibly misread the meta for this particular hero ban. Trying to force the Rhine comp with no Lucio is not something I'm particularly a fan of, and so far it hasn't been working out for them. Furthermore, they've been playing it with the Brigitte Symmetra most of the time, which, while very effective... or Mei Symmetra, sorry. Well, which is very effective against squishy targets that you can teleport on, and also at counter brawl. But when you're not playing into a counter brawl or targets you can teleport on, the Mei gets very little value. The walls you're going to be very, very hard to follow up on, to punish with. And the Symmetra as well is just ineffective outside of those very close ranges. So onto the Cassidy instead. Hopefully the Nade can get a little bit more value with the newly reworked hero. But other than that, very few changes for the blue team.
Yeah, Cass is going to be a bit tankier now. They did give that 225 HP back. Already a nade onto GNGA. It does seem like they're just going to be trying to, lock down a single target. But, players of this caliber, you can't lock them down that easily. Another nade going to be coming out. Another escape going to be happening. The rotation is going to come through onto the point here. But the issue is this point's really open. So angles can be taken very easily. See Zupo coming in from the side, but GNGA actually going into that small room there, getting cornered, trapped by the Brig, the cast, the Mei. And, as a ball player, what do you expect? Enter a small room with a lot of CC? You're probably just going to die.
And the staggers just continue. Devilwood going down as well means the first cap has been established by this brawl composition, and it is a comp that's so much stronger when you have these choke control, when you have map control as well. And so maybe look towards Reality Check, building up a bit of a bank here. It might take a little while for the slower dive composition that we're seeing out of Untitled to get going.
Ooh, the pin came through. Zero decided to take the honorable Rhine Jewel, and there's the combo. The window through the Deadeye. Zupo caught between a rock and a hard place there. That's going to be the initial pick. And we see Sakurajima just pinning through incredibly aggressively. And yeah, fair play here to Reality Check. They're making this composition work now for controlling these chokes tightly, using their ult very intelligently.
Zupo has decided that it's not fun playing the Echo into the hit scan of Bugha. It's changing over to the Hanzo, but another engage is going to at least force Reality Check onto the point.
Yeah, going to be backed up into this really small room here. They're going to have to recontest in a moment, force out. Captain Crash has popped the rally to keep the team nice and tanky, so they have been able to recoup the damages. Blizzard Wiz dropped down, not able to catch onto the targets. Ultimate Untitled here, just too slippery for that. But the point is still in control here of Untitled. And no!
Oh, no!
Yay! That happens to the best of us, doesn't it? And then hey, onto Devil. Couldn't blink back onto the point. You know what? Cass overpowered, I guess.
What incredible scenes. 2 members off the board and even more changes coming through. But as we're getting really quite close to the end of the round, it's going to have to be Devilwood to touch. Maybe the Ramattra is going to be the magic solution that solves all the problems that Alternate have been experiencing here in this point. But it's going to have to get working fast.
Yeah, very aggressive angle being taken here from Vuka. Zupo more than happy to capitalize on that. Initial pick will go through. Suzu perfectly timed there. It did seem like G&J was getting for a time off the map. They're going to be smacked in the face with a gigantic rocket hammer. What do you expect playing Ram in this economy? And yeah, both the supports are going to be caught in this small room, and all they can really deal with is the swings of Sakurajima, taking this point 100-0. A lot of a different look from what we saw in that first point.
I'm not sure about the Ram swap at the end. Ramattra is normally pretty strong into Reinhardt, but one always has to remember that Earth Shatter is just going to ruin your day. It's going to be so difficult to try and block the Shatter using your barrier. Only one cast of that thing rather than Reinhardt Shield, which of course comes up and down as you like it. And so it was essentially a free Earth Shatter from Sakurajima taking care of the opposing tank, and from there it was just a conversion. Here on Village now, one of the brawliest points in the game. We'll see if Untitled continue to attempt to run this brawl composition that so far they haven't been favoring. Of course, looks like they're going towards it now, and GNJ decides to mirror the Reinhardt, so very, very similar compositions here. The only difference is going to be Moira versus the Brigitte. Captain Prash and Neilio going to be differing on that particular choice, but other than that, all mirrored.
Yeah, Rate's going to be happening to get to the point first here. Does like Ultimate Untitled are able to, you know, secure themselves. Wolves come out. The initial trade doesn't really lead to a whole lot there. Good counter wall there from Devilwood. And Booga definitely getting... Wait, yeah, Booga just gets too aggressive there. Goes in. I think maybe expected Sakurajima to continue pushing forward. Pin into the Maze own ice block. Very bold move there from Sakurajima. And yeah, going to be taken down here. And honestly, like, I do slightly prefer the Moira here. Obviously not as much utility as a Brig, but Brig's utility often comes against like those dive compositions, and in this brawl, raw healing just kind of works.
I mean, yeah, you don't really have any divers to zone, so you're not getting that much value out of any of your cooldowns. Instead, it's just lesser healing in there. Captain Prash has made the change, so full mirror decided that the read of Untitled is the way. maybe. But either way, it's going to be another push in through the top room, and these Rhines are just going to get so much damage done with that cleave.
Yeah, phenomenally good Maywall there onto Sakurajima. Going to be keeping it on the back foot.
Ooh, big shatter. Both back down.
Has actually gone through the shield. Yeah, as you said, went through the shield. Was able to get both members of the backline down. Not quite dead, but definitely forcing out a lot of resources and cooldowns. Going to be forcing them to back way up. And, you know, credit to Reality Check for actually living through all of that. They're willing to push up there with their own window. It's in a little bit of a rough spot. Yeah, it does clear the high ground, but Ultimate Tides are more than happy to just fight this one out. Coalescence is going to be coming through. It does get walled off, but there is still a small angle here. Sakurajima's Shatter, however, once again onto both backliners, and once again not able to get those kills. The window was dropped. Too much damage to actually push through that. It's an all-out brawl on the point, and these Blizzards are going to be traded out, but GNGA comes out worse in this Rhine trade. It's the one who's frozen up, and yeah, no protection for the backline. Sakurajima finally free to just swing the entire time. Long drawn out fight, but eventually Reality Check going to be given a little bit of a chance here.
And it did take them absolutely everything. They invested pretty much every single tool they had for them. Sakurajima are going to be the closest to the next tool, about 76% of the Earth Shatter. That's going to be mirrored on the other side. And so in this next fight, it's very well possible that Neilio's Coalescence is the only ultimate we see for a little while. Instantly, a touch does come through, so it looks like Reality Check are looking to have their points taken away in short order. Oh, Shatter catches 3!
Oh, the entire backline is down! But Sakurajima not happy with that. Going to be getting onto the Reinhardt as well, but the damage might already be done here. Sakurajima going for a pin through onto the rest of the team here, but will be caught eventually, and that's the power of just going first. Yes, Sakura did have the bigger Shatter, but G&J went first with that slam. The damage was just already done. And now we got 90% on the point. It's going to be a very desperate fight here.
Yeah, that's a touch can even come through. Remember, there's going to be plenty of util to slow down the rotate of Reality Check, but yeah, they will manage to touch with a Symmetra TP. See the art that goes down first.
Yeah, and losing your Mei is so bad. There's no wall, there's no frontline pressure. The walls are so important on this point, and now it's free to just keep everyone way back. Sorry, Linax is going to be popping that window on the point, but gets frozen up. TP comes through. Sakurajima not going to be long for this world in the process, and Sturgaburn more than happy to just clean it all up, get the kill onto the other support, and it does seem like Alternate Untitled going to be rounding this one out. Close map, but yeah, Nepal's going to be taken here by Alternate Untitled.
That it will. Nilo flexing that silver damage with the Moira, fair enough. But yeah, going to be the first round going to Untitled. I can't believe we saw almost entirely Brawl, even with no Lucio in the mix. I was expecting way more, maybe Wrecking Ball compositions, Kiri, Anna, that kind of look. But instead, they just decided that Reinhardt was the way that is especially strong on the map, even if the Lucio wasn't there to support it. So, I mean, fair enough.
Can I just ask, that was play of the game?
We don't talk about what was play of the game.
all the credit to Captain Prash. Obviously, making that brig work there, especially against the Tracer, against the Ball, sending Ball off the map is by no means a bad deal. But like, that was one kill. That's play, really? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the pro here. I'm not the pro here. I just yell at video games for a living. What can I say? But yeah, Reality Check coming out looking quite good. They definitely favor the Ryan composition, but I think what's quite concerning is that Reality Check were playing the Ryan composition the entire time. It seems to be their wheelhouse, what they want to run. That Lucio ban definitely going to be affecting them pretty damn hard. When Untitled switched over to the Ryan as well to brawl out on that last on that last Nepal point, there was nothing that Reality Check could really do about it, and they kind of got swept under the rug on essentially their strongest composition.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough look for Reality Check there, but unfortunately, as how it goes, I can't imagine we'll see a massive amount more of this. The team's mind games are gonna come through as the bans begin to roll in.
That's controversial. That's quite a controversial ban.
Yeah, we've got no KingZero out from Untitled, which is I mean, a lot of people love that map, but we're not going to be seeing it. Instead, Reality Check have opted for Hollywood, which is definitely very interesting. If they wanted to play this Brawl composition more, then that's not where I would be taking this at all.
I mean, Kings got banned, and I just saw some guy drop to their knees in the middle of a Walmart parking lot. So obviously, yeah.
We don't even have Walmart. What are you talking about?
No, I saw it. Don't worry about it. Trust me, fam.
Yeah, of course.
King's gonna get banned from Untitled. Obviously, it seems they don't want to force Reality Check to play that Rhine, and Reality Check have kind of just accepted it by picking Hollywood. Obviously, a map that favors itself to those high grounds a lot. So far, no Winston has been banned. Obviously, all of the tanks are still on the table, and losing Lucio or Mercy doesn't really affect your ability to run dive compositions either. So it should be fine to run that if they even want to.
And also with Hollywood especially, it's a map where those more long-range hit scans are always going to shine. Your Ashes, your Hanzos are going to have absolute free reign throughout most of the map due to the high grounds, due to the sightlines, and so those may well be the pinch points that teams have to navigate around or work into their compositions. Yes, also that Winston is going to very often be played, but maybe not even the linchpin around some of the compositions that we see on Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. You know, I have a feeling that one of these teams should play Alari. You know, I think it would throw the other team off their game. It would certainly be something new and interesting for us all to see. So I say, why the hell not?
I think it's pronounced Iari.
Okay.
Iari?
Well, I'm not cool enough for that, I'm afraid. Alari's gonna have to work for the time being. I'll work on it. I promise. But yeah, we are still messing about in the lobby a little bit with what teams actually want to ban. And it does seem like Alternate Untitled are going to be banning Sim for the side of Reality Check. They got rid of their Lucio and then they got rid of their Sim. Please let them play Reinhardt, man.
They said no. I mean, at that point, you might as well just ban Ryan, no?
I mean, yeah.
And then I guess they might go Ram. I guess
Also-
that's the logic here.
That's the rationale. There's potentially a kind of mind game situation where you think, okay, well, if they can only play Rhine and they're gonna force it anyway, let's just like cripple their ability to play that, have them run the comp anyway, and lose on it. But I think that's too much brain power. And yeah,
Yeah,
banning
this
Rhine
is
would-
getting pretty like. I feel like I'm playing poker. Like I wanna play Overwatch. I wanna see people get shot with the funny, colorful bullets. You know.
No,
Like-
no, I want a more serious game like blackjack. What can I say? That's a real men's game. In the meantime, Sakurajima from the side of Reality Check is going to be banning Sombra. So if they did want to run that Rhine, banning Sombra can be a pretty big buff for the Rhine composition.
I mean, I suppose, but again, this is a map where very often Sombra isn't played as much as she would be on a lot of other maps. Remember, almost the standard is going to be Tracer Ashe Winston, or maybe Tracer Hanzo Winston. So getting rid of the Sombra, yes, it is a boon, but I'm not sure it's maybe the most optimal pick one could go for if you were trying to stop somebody playing dive all the time.
Yeah, and fairness has been pointed out to us. It's quite likely that Untitled Reality Check have made this ban because they're expecting the ball pick that's going to be coming out. Obviously, maybe Untitled do have a Winston in their wheelhouse. Obviously, probably the slightly better pick over a ball for a hard dive composition, but it hasn't been played so far. And so expecting that ball does pair incredibly well with a Sombra because it just makes it almost too easy, you know? Ball finds someone on the back line, slams them. Sombra just gets the easiest shots of their life, and that's a squishy gone, and the fight probably won. So maybe a little bit of counter-stratting going to be coming out from Reality Check there.
I mean, it's also a possibility that they want to stop their opponents from running ball as well. Because, of course, Sombra, or they want to run ball themselves, because Sombra is also very rough playing into ball. You know, those constant hacks can ruin your power drives, your roll-throughs. Sombra has a very, what's the word? Feast or famine relationship with Wrecking Ball. Very similar to, like, Tracer and Zenyatta as well, where they're enabled by each other, but they're also kind of each other's hardest counter.
Yeah, probably more on that feast side if you're going to be running into it. We do actually have a substitution that's going to be coming in. Sakurajima is out, so the Rhine player is now gone for the side of Reality Check, and Velvet is going to be coming in. And I'm not entirely sure what we can expect from Velvet, mostly because private career profile, but still.
Bruh. Keep your career profile on public. Own your mistakes. It doesn't matter if you have 4,000 hours of Moira. You gotta own that, you know?
Yeah, I know. Obviously, best of 5 series is going to be coming out here. While waiting in the meantime, I will let you all know, below the stream, there is going to be a caster tip jar. So if you were supporting the stream and the content and the talent that's bringing the stream to you, then it will be greatly appreciated. Just any tip that you can provide, it helps us, you know, do more of these productions, do more of these streams, get the content to you of, you know, funny people playing Wrecking Ball for Rhine without a Lucio. But yeah, so obviously go check that out down below, and obviously if you're interested, then feel free to donate.
Ika's actually lying. We're taking all this money, we're going to the pub afterwards and we're live tweeting it. So if you want to see that, then, then you should definitely donate.
We'll share our spoons number and someone will buy us a bucket of peas or something. I cannot wait. Yeah.
Because speedrun getting kicked out.
Speedrun. I mean, what we know is that the best Overwatch teams do get kicked out of. The best Overwatch teams do get kicked out of spoons a lot. For instance, has Team South Korea ever been kicked out of the spoons?
I don't think they know what a spoons is.
No. Team USA?
They also don't know what a spoons is. Plus, they can't drink till they're 21, and by that time, most Overwatch players are retired.
He's too old.
Now, has Team UK been kicked out of the spoons? Yes, guaranteed. Absolutely true.
Of course they have.
Kai literally says his hobby is drinking. Like, no way he hasn't been kicked out of the spoons more times than he can count.
Oh no, it's confirmed. TUK did get kicked out of the Spoons in 2019.
Very different
Which is the-
roster, but the tradition still goes on.
Which is the only UK Overwatch team, or probably the only global Overwatch team to have been kicked out of the Spoons. So you know what? They have. And you know, now
Actually,
I'm just
true.
imagining. Now I'm just imagining what you were just talking about. How just someone hits, someone just hits the age of like 21, and it's like that Toy Story meme. Like, I don't want to play with you anymore. Just drop
I mean,
off the floor.
Overwatch is a game where people get burnt out pretty quickly. Like, how many players are still going from Overwatch League Season 1?
Oh, that's a good question.
Who do I think of? I think some people have left the league and come back, like Poco.
Yeah, and yeah, similar to a couple players, but yeah. Anyway, does it like that we actually have both people back?
We're in
so-
lobby!
Okay, we can stop stalling now. Let's go. We are going to be getting into Hollywood. Do you think this might sound like an odd question, but obviously a map with such strong high ground, such good dive potential, do you think that there's potential for D.Va? Because she did recently get a nice little booster buff.
Yeah. I think D.Va's definitely playable here. I think that the booster buff is maybe not the way to make her massively more powerful, but it's going to make her a little bit easier to play. I probably categorize it as a bit of a quality of life change more than anything else. I don't know about other D.Va players, but for me, myself, I never found that I was running out of a booster very often.
Yeah,
But it's going to mean you're a little bit more responsive, you're going to be a little bit faster getting that peel going, but honestly, I reckon that both teams here could absolutely just run like bog standard, just responsive dive compositions. The D.Va's going to be more of a stylistic choice than anything, but Winston's still most definitely very playable. And from what we're seeing in lobby right now, that's more or less what we're getting, at least out of Untitled, but we do have a quick pause coming through as we get some technical issues sorted out.
Yeah, I mean, someone was just playing the game too hard, and they happens to us all. But yeah, the D.Va changes feel a little bit strange in the sense of it does look like Seabar is going to be back in the game, so we'll be back with you shortly. But yeah, D.Va changes seem to just accommodate because D.Va has to do everything at the same time, and the devs have had 3-second booster D.Va before, and that was absolutely insane. But they're acknowledging, okay, well, D.Va has to both be a backline peeler and also a strong frontline presence. Might need the little bit of extra time, maybe half a second, can make all the difference in the game, like Overwatch. And so yeah, that change there to keep everything nice and refreshed and all of that. So yeah, D.Va is potential to be played here. Looks like Velvet was actually brought in for that specifically. And yeah, this is a pretty good look here from Reality Check.
Yeah, I quite like this. The interesting wrinkle is going to be Siva Art, who is on the Torbjorn, so no
buff
Tracer to be played.
The buff Torbjorn.
Torbjorn actually did get buffed, like in a pretty relevant manner. No, got a relatively fast rate of fire increase to his gun. So maybe Torbjorn's the strat now. We'll have to see.
If Torbjorn is the strat, then I will be very sad indeed.
You're not a Torbjorn enjoyer.
Not particularly. I think he's just a mid character. GNJ is going to be... Yeah, it does look like our prediction was correct, so you were right in assuming that they banned the Sombra so that they could play this ball just religiously. It seemed like GNJ is kind of a ball player and more than happy to be running it at all times, and so obviously not going to be too sad here. Velvet looking to pressure the backline a little bit in the meantime, but it does look like the setup is just going to be... I think we're just waiting on some setup here.
Yeah, both teams poking. You see Velvet's trying to pressure the backline. Sternberg and Emilio, again, going to be pretty squishy. And that Torp turret is going to cause problems for Zupa, most definitely. So breaking that is going to be the main win conditions of this dive composition that Alternate Untitled are trying to play. So pay attention to that, and also pay attention to exactly how close that the Wrecking Ball and Tracer can get to that kind of cafe area, because a dive there is what will win them the fight.
Yeah, GNJ did go for that slam onto the squishies. The Tracer isn't really there to follow up. Now the Tracer is going in. And yeah, the timing's just a little bit off here. You really need to be on point. When you have a ball and a Tracer, you don't have a Winston for the, the consistent damage, the constant pressure and the bubble, as a nice anti will be coming out onto Sternbergen here, so that Reality Check can finish up this point. But yeah, you really need to be on point with your timing when you have a Wrecking Ball, and just didn't really happen there.
Yeah, I also think it's again worth noting that because of the squishiness of the backline of Untitled, Velvet was able to tie them up for essentially the entire fight. And so it's going to be a lot of value for very little effort coming through from Velvet, at least in that particular battle. Zupo as well making changes over to the Hanzo. GNGA going to be playing Ramattra instead, so a lot more frontline based. I think this is a bit of a stronger composition as well. Very similar to comps we've seen out of Florida before. But ooh, goes down very early, does Zupo. The new Torbjorn coming into effect there.
Yeah, Torb actually went to the gym. He worked on his trigger finger and just kind of, you know, started training that up a little bit. So he's like now in line with the rest of his body, so that he can fire those shots nice and quickly. Neither are more than happy to stay on this side, continue to poke out. And what's the purpose of the Ram pick here? Obviously, I understand it's a lot tankier into the Torb turret and the frontline D.Va pressure, but it does seem like an interesting choice nonetheless. Window is going to be coming out. He's going to be forcing that lamp here from Stabergen, who is going to jump onto the high ground, but a beautiful shot there from Bugha to catch him in the process. Yeah, Trans not in time to save that other support. Nilo is going to have to slowly retreat back like a very sad Omnic that he is. And yeah, Captain Crash did have to burn the rally there to keep the team nice and tanky, but there's still a Nano and a Molten Core on board here for reality check.
And it's going to come through as well. All of the point going to make it a little bit harder for GNGA to exist in that particular area. Again, the dive comes through onto the backline, but this time no one is able to get the follow-up. So the battle on the point will come through on the side of the red team. That will be Untitled in control of the point. This kind of poke composition they're running with the Ramattra, with all that frontline presence, has paid off.
Yeah, but now it's where it gets, you know, really rough for them. These high grounds are basically what defines Hollywood as a map. Like, first and third don't really exist. It's all about this second point, right? And GNGA is going to be having a rough time, especially once they, you know, cross this catwalk to maybe try and get that annihilation onto the backline. It's gonna be a very interesting time.
That being said, they do have control here early, so it's going to be definitely on Velvet to try and push them off. But as the Ramattra comes in trying to walk the backline, this could be very dangerous for Linrax and Captain Prash.
Yeah, but you see, just in that small area, going to get swept up. However, the window came out. Nilio was there on the high ground, so it looked like this kind of battle for the bridge, so to speak, has actually gone in favor of Alternate Untitled. Zupo managing to catch Bugha in the meantime, and yeah, Nilo is just still on this high ground. You know, I think they gave Zen the ability to fly or something, because he's just kind of up there and he's just chilling.
I mean, a lot of the power of the high ground comes from how hard it is to reach, but considering the fight win that we saw out of Untitled, then Reality Check really weren't able to stop them from getting that space at all. And so once they're actually up there, the Ram composition does have a little bit more strength, and this annihilation could come up huge. There's very little to cancel it, so the onus is definitely on Linrax to sleep, to anti, and generally ruin GNGA's day, because if not, it could be a quick team wipe.
Yeah, Dragons are going to be coming through, not really going to be catching onto anyone, not really going to work to do that much splitting as well. Velvet has rotated to the high ground, but this is the issue. The point is going to need to be forced. Bomb sent into the backline, actually catches Stabergen. That's a lot of healing gone. Anti has come out. Annihilation, however, pops to actually keep himself alive. So smart there from GNGA. Realized it was about to die, had no Nemesis form, so pops the ult instead to keep nice and tanky. And yeah, maybe it's a slight overinvestment with ultimates, but it's always worth it when you're able to cap a point and get that time extension. Overinvesting isn't such a bad thing.
And it's not like it was cheap for the losing side either, who currently only have a Pulsum and a window to work with, maybe some of the less impactful ultimates. That being said, on this particular area of the point, that verticality might be a little bit nicer. There are some nice high grounds that the D.Va at the Hanzo can control, and the Ramattra is really going to struggle with. And so it's going to be very interesting seeing how Untitled play. If I had to guess, it would be forcing Cart and hoping that Zupo, Nilo, lands a lucky shot. But other than that, it's going to be very slow progress for the Ramattra composition.
Yeah, Forcing Cart has just seemed to be the title here from Alternate Untitled. It's not flashy, but if it works, right? Zupo is actually going to be caught by Captain Pressure with a melee attack, so I guess the bat was just in melee range, because why not? Delwood is going to be getting their opposite number, however, so yeah, this fight isn't over yet for either side here. Velvet is actually going to be pushed back. Immortality Field is forced out, and a window from Captain Prash on the high ground, but it's in such a weird position. And you know, if you're more than happy to retreat from this if you're Reality Check. That being said, the Pulse Bomb and the damage follow-up will catch on to Zufo. And yeah, Devilwood's late Pulse Bomb not really going to do a whole lot there. Is going to be a stabilization finally coming through.
And it is worth remembering that the closest spawns for the side of Reality Check are going to mean that any pick that Untitled get is going to have to be so much more valuable. They're going to have to press their advantage so much harder than the defenders are, just because any death is going to matter so much less when you're just 2 meters away from the payload. And also, with the cart pushed up so deep, it means a lot less cover for the attackers as they push up. So instead, they're running over the high ground. Could be very awkward for the defenders to try and punish.
Yeah, Helio has to be very careful making these rotations here. Just stray shots from Bugha, just flying past the head. But Savart is going to go through into the backline. The dive did come in onto Nelio. Velvet did get narrowed up for it. Transcendence was popped to stay alive, and it did buy time for the... Well, I suppose it bought time for the Hanzos to trade each other out. Beautiful bomb placement there from Velvet. Nelio had literally nowhere to go. And the trades are still coming out on this point. Closer spawns, as you have mentioned, however, will be coming through for Reality Check. And yeah, Suburgan not going to be long for this world. 20 seconds left on this point. There are a couple of ults that are going to be coming through here for Alternate, Untitled, but it's going to be a very rough final fight.
Yeah, the touch should be able to come through with Devilwood in position, GNGA not too far behind, but the fight will be laboured either way. Dragon Strike early, opening up to clear that, open the point, and the Ramattra ultimate is going to do much the same. And no tools for the defenders. It could get very, very hairy here.
Yeah, an annihilation on the point. Anti has come through, however, but they're not able to burst the ram down in time, and the healing is good. And that constant presence and damage on the point is simply too much for Reality Check to deal with. And so yeah, they've been fighting, they've been clawing, they've been scratching at it, but fair play to Alternate Untitled, they were able to actually get a full map completion.
That they are, and they managed to do it in overtime, which could be a little bit nicer. Gonna mean that they might not have an additional round should their opponents cap with time, but either way, it did get them the victory. In playing a composition that I'm not sure they particularly wanted to play, the Torbjorn punished the dive that they were playing, so they swapped, countered it, and from there wasn't really an answer from Reality Check, who now have to do much the same feat to stay in contention for this map and not to go down 0-2 in this series.
Yeah, we are going to be waiting here to see what the teams do want to be rolling out on. Velvet's Diva play was actually fairly strong, I thought, but yeah, it just seemed like there was a clutch factor that Alternate Untitled had, which isn't really matched here by Reality Check. It does look like they want to actually be running this double sniper. If G&J is sticking on the Winston, this could be a bit of a rough time for the Widow and the Hanzo.
Surely this is just like a spawn swap, right? Like you shoot a couple spots out to stop them holding you in spawn and go swap.
I've been betrayed before by people in the spawn room,
Yeah.
and I really don't want it to happen again.
Like if you were going to run double sniper, surely you would be playing something like Zenyatta Sigma instead of the Diva. And yeah, they're full swapping over. Very standard from the side of the attackers. Actually, the same could be said of the defenders. The only change is going to be Captain Prash, who's rather doggedly sticking on this Baptiste. So bit of a compositional advantage, really, for the side of the defense. We'll see if it pays off or if Captain Prash has developed some new meta here.
Bap in the Bap plus Ana is very strange. It's not a horrific composition. They can certainly protect each other, but they kind of just do opposite things, you know. Oftentimes one healer that does a lot of output is enough, while the other can provide a lot of utility. That's not going to happen.
GNGA just goes down.
Yeah, but I suppose what you do have with the map is a bunch of damage, and GNGA are absolutely blown up there. Devilwood actually able to duel out Savart in that small room. However, Anti comes through onto the backline of Alternate Untitled, but it's not going to be for much. The Devilwood is free on this high ground, though it's not been able to contest that for quite a while so far. Bugha, proving that Devilwood is not the only Ashe in this lobby, is going to be firing back onto Nelio. As pressure does actually come through onto both of these Ashe players now. Velvet going to be antied up on the side. Will fall incredibly low. Going in anyway on incredibly low health. And yeah, Velvet going to get popped out of the mech. And that's a whole lot of presence now gone here for Reality Check. Is going to be traded out with G&J, however, so it's still anyone's fight, really. Spawn's honestly about even on this point. Maybe slightly better for the attackers. small room, it does look like Ultimate Untitled are more than happy to give up a tick or two here. There's a couple of touches onto the point as well, cycling it quite well. Savat's Pulse Bomb will be going wide, and Bob is out. Is he able to do something? No, going to be antied up and killed. GNGA is going to be doing something, however, getting Captain Crash out, and in all the chaos of the fight, definitely got split from the team way in the corner, away from everyone else. And yeah, just split off nice and easy. Bugha still getting a pick at the end, because why the hell not?
And the difference in these two compositions is going to be when it comes to the dives. What we're seeing from Alternate Untitled is very dive focused. It's about getting GNG into the backline and hoping that success comes from that. And from a Reality Check, it's counter dive. It's surviving the dives. Velvet can play really passive and let Linrax and Captain Prash live as long as possible. But Captain Prash was swapped over to the Brigitte, so even more counter dive utility. But Velvet may struggle a little bit to get much individual value done other than just rebuffing GNGA.
Yeah, Bob going to be placed directly in center of the point here to open the fight out. Not really to get any kills, but just to apply a little bit of pressure. Nano is going to be coming through on that Winston into the back line, but Bugha doesn't seem to care about this. Going to be matching out Ultimate backline on their own here. And yeah, GNJ popping the Primal as well. Crazy that this Winston wasn't actually able to get value with the Nano and now the Primal. Follow-up just not really there from the rest of the team. And the Peel, obviously, huge credit there to Reality Check, keeping themselves alive through all of that. Very strong play, very strong coordination. Point isn't going to be gone yet, however, Zupo landing a beautiful stick there onto Captain Crash to get that point out. GNGA still on this point, falling incredibly low, will be able to escape barely, and Velvet going to be dropping the nukes onto the point. Probably watched Oppenheimer recently, because yeah, that is a big ass bomb.
And the cleanup looks like will come through. Nelio attempts to touch, but can't. And this is going to be really, really rough for the defenders who now have to leg it back to the high ground. Sternberger, Nelio, and Devwood all making haste back to the high ground. And GNJ's here to peel for them, so it shouldn't be any late deaths. But still maybe a winnable fight should the positioning have been a little bit stronger. Still, plenty of time off the time bank. So not too bad at all for Untitled, who still have a very good shot of leveraging a strong defense here on second.
Ooh, Bugha was in a bit of a dangerous situation there, but GNJ sticked around a little too long. Pulse coming onto the high ground, miraculously doesn't able to get anyone, but it is forcing basically all of the members of Ultimate Untitled off this high ground here. Velvet more than happy to contest it. GNJ has switched back over to the ground now, and I don't know if that's the play on this second point.
Yeah, I'm really not in love with that choice either, and so far, while this cleanup is coming through, it won't come into effect for a little while. Devilwood likely to go down. Zupo just trying to escape. And it's going to be through the first half of second for Reality Check. I do like this position from the Tracer, actually, which could come up clutch as well. But the Bob is going to be the pivotal tool for Devilwood for the side of Untitled. The Nano Boost is going to be a little bit harder to apply with no Winston to Nano. The Ramacho is going to be a little bit easier for Reality Check and Kota Kite.
Yeah, but you see the issue. The round got onto the high ground, instantly booped off. Tried to get back on, big dynamite came through. They were able to claim this out, and the Bobs are going to be traded. One of them on the high ground, one of them on the low ground. This is a war for the ages here, ladies and gentlemen, as it's still this bridge that GNJ is trying to cross, but just getting booped around and bullied off of it the whole time. Space has been bought here for Devilwood to capture opposite number with a big dynamite though, and once these fights get a bit more brawly, a bit more chaotic, you can really see the Ram Pop start to thrive a little bit more. Ram himself is going to be caught out, but not before Zupo to clean out both backlines by himself. Velvet, what was that bomb?
Yeah, maybe not ideal. Just trying to live now is Baby Diva. Maybe should be looking to reset and instead just goes down late. So realistically, we are in one fight territory. The Nano Boost from Linrax, the only tool in the Reality Check coffers, and on the other side of the board, plenty coming up. We got the rally, got the Pulse Bomb. The Annihilation, it will be there in short order. The swap from Hanzo for Bugha is going to mean that there is that one-shot potential, but may also struggle a little bit against these dives. So hopefully it can pay dividends for them, because we may just see Reality Check going down 0-2 in the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, Pulse did come out from Zupo, unfortunately not quite able to find the intended target of Captain Crash. Rally going to be coming through onto Nilo, having to drop onto this low ground here, and Ana's caught between two barriers right now. That is absolutely horrific. Zupo cleaning up all of the damage that will be coming through. And yeah, the ultimates here, just stronger. There's even still an Annihilation in the back pocket of GNGA. Touch may come through, looks like it just about will, but it's a Baby D.Va and a Tracer. They're not going to be long to this world, barring some absolutely ridiculous kind of, you know, remake clutch. But yeah, D.Va going to be forced off the point. Ultimate Untitled, 2-0 up in our winners finals here, looking to make it 3.
Yeah, they're looking in control here, I have to say. While there was a little bit of mess, a little bit of maybe rust to shake off in the first map of Nepal, here on Hollywood, they just looked like the better team. To be entirely frank with you, their swaps made sense, and even if I wasn't personally in love with the macro of it, they clearly worked out in very strong order. They weren't making massive mistakes, no ults tossed into oblivion, no really strange deaths from any of their members, and Reality Check scrambling a little bit. They looked a little bit shaken by the strength of what they were seeing out of Untitled, and so far they are yet to find an answer.
Yeah, and it's as you said, it seems like Untitled just kind of been outclassing Reality Check on whatever's really being played, you know? Even on the Rhine comp that Reality Check was so fond of on that first map, well, they got beaten quite convincingly. There were signs of life from Reality Check, especially was impressed with Velvet's D.Va play in particular, and Bugha also not really being a slouch on that DPS role, but there was kind of just something missing. The issue is when you run the... I suppose the issue when you run the D.Va is that it's a jack of all trades, master of none sort of situation, right? D.Va's not going to have that same pressure onto the backline. D.Va's not going to have that same ability to just get quick onto targets. She obviously has stellar mobility and strong close range damage, but is often just outclassed at specific jobs by other members of the roster.
Yeah, that is the kind of thing about D.Va, is the jack of all trades, master of none kind of hero. Well, other than Peel, of course. She's going to really struggle to effectively output pressure onto the backline. So if there's no Winston to mark especially, then she can often find herself a little bit lost in these especially skilled lobbies. And unfortunately for the side of Reality Check, they're having to make another substitution. Captain Prash is going to be out, and Sakurajima is coming in, but I believe as a support this time. So maybe going to have a little bit less competency on the role, but either way, there still will be a starting 5 from Reality Check, but this time lacking perhaps their starting flex support.
I believe in the heart of the cards. I feel like Sakurajima comes in on the, I don't know, the Ana or the Brig or something that hasn't been banned yet, and just comes in and absolutely dominates. And hey, speaking of maps where, you know, new strategies can dominate, there was a ban onto Route 66. Junkertown is going to be picked as our escort map. So, Spectrion, you're the very handsome one with the very big brain. Why don't we tell us a little bit about what we might expect to see on this map?
Well, it depends on what they pick for the bans, of course, but I would expect something along the lines of Sigma, Hanzo, Tracer. Of course, Widowmaker was very meta until relatively recently, but the fall-off changes means that it's going to be very, very hard for her to find one-shots and a lot of the standard angles that used to make her so untouchable, so strong. So I think Trace is going to kind of supplant that niche for most teams. Just a jack of all trades hero who can do literally it all. She can brawl, she can dive, she can poke, and here it's going to be a lot of poke. The backline, most likely Zen Baptiste, and we're beginning to see the bans. We've got Wrecking Ball and Torbjorn gone, so yeah, that's just going to nudge it even more towards the kind of Sigma compositions I was just describing.
I'm not entirely sure I understand these bans, given the map, to be perfectly honest. Torb's fine, you know, Torb's fine on this map. Maybe struggling quite a bit on the first point when it's so open, but you can always put the turret in an interesting spot to try and cover a large chunk of area, but still definitely not the greatest pick here. And Ball especially, the first point of Junkertown might just be Ball's worst point in the game.
I would disagree with that.
Other than maybe Circuit or Havant. No, because like there's so much open space, and Ball kind of relies on having structures to play around and high grounds to play on.
Well, I think the thing is, with Junkertown especially, because it's so lane focused, it's very easy to isolate 1v1s, and that's something that Ball's always going to have a very easy time doing. There's plenty of easy slam spots, because you can just roll off and roll back on the high grounds with a quick turn slam. While there aren't as much easy grapples to work with, I think at high levels, with these especially talented Bulls who can play around it, then it does eventually become one of the stronger points. But the Torbjorn, is going to be removed because one team wants to play flankers, they want to play Wrecking Ball, wants to play Tracer, maybe a Sombra. But now that's been banned out, it means that they want to play it. But now Bull has been banned, then yeah, we're very likely just to see Sigma.
This is the beauty of the hero ban system. It just throws things into complete and utter chaos. You know, neither team particularly knows what they're going to play, and you know, you have a plan until your Wrecking Ball gets banned, and suddenly you can't run your comp anymore.
Just ruins your day, yeah.
You ban the counter pick to your comp, and then they ban the main character in your comp, and then you just start crying. And
yeah, I mean, and the other composition, I mean, I guess you could run it with a Doomfist instead, but it wouldn't really be the same. And Doomfist and Wrecking Ball also have a very few translatable skills, at least when it comes to mechanics. The way you're aiming, the way you're maneuvering around the map are very, very different. I think in games, in terms of game sense, they're kind of similar, but other than that,
as a Ball one trick who sometimes attempts to play Doomfist, yeah, they're not the same. You know, the skills do not transfer. I honestly don't think there's many tanks in the game with transferable skills. You know, maybe Ram and Rein a bit similar.
Ram and Rein are very similar, yeah.
Yeah, they're quite similar, so their skill set is relatively translatable. But in terms of a lot of other characters, even let's say you run dive characters, and you're thinking, okay, well, Winston and D.Va, you know, they're both dive, so maybe knowing one of them knows the other. They both play incredibly differently, and so yeah, there's no real case of I can just play this character because I'm good at this one. It's not like oh, I'm pretty good at Ashe, so I'm probably not that bad on Cassidy, right? Tanks are quite unique in that sense.
And we are beginning to see the compositions that both teams are rolling out on. And from the defenders, they've been in the lab, they've been cooking. I'm not actually sure what I'm looking at, to be entirely honest, but I would say it resembles a D.Va Brawl comp with the Reaper and Mei. That's not something I've particularly seen before, so we'll have to see how it pays out. I guess you have the D.Va for a little bit more mobility around the high grounds.
It's also a Brawl with no Lucio.
Well, that too.
You know, enjoy that.
Yeah.
More standard composition going to be attempted to be played here from Alternate Untitled, but right now they just kind of have to sit in their spawn. And Devilwood is going over to the Junkrat. Now this is something that the fans paid to see. It's a premium ass content right here.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Yeah, Zarya also going to be coming out. On paper, can deal with the D.Va in a one-on-one pretty well, but can struggle when there are high grounds to contest and lanes and angles to control, or they'll just kill the Mei and open up the fight that way.
I mean, the thing is that coming straight out of spawn to break the spawn hold, all they need is a single kill, then they can win basically off the spawn advantage. That's exactly what we're doing, but looks like no swaps. It's going to be Zarya double sniper now, which is a strange composition. I said we probably wouldn't see any Widow, but Deva was willing to ply the trade anyway. But instantly, it's early control given, and it is value as that Widowmaker pick. So it's going to be very, very hard for the retake to come through, and Velvet has swapped. So over to the Sigma, we've got almost double sniper. Sakurajima's mirroring the Widowmaker, but Siva, for some reason, sticky on the Mei.
Yeah, Sakurajima, the Rhyme player, going on to the Widow is something absolutely superb here. I cannot wait to see it. And yeah, I guess it's all about the duel now, because it does look like both teams still not going to be running the Sigma. Sakurajima actually catching Nelio out, kind of trying to ego peek a little bit there. Delwood was hiding in the wings to catch two on this flank angle, and they're such a long distance away. Sakurajima with some flavor,
choice words,
some colourful language there. I'm not sure if chat's hidden for the stream, but it's not for us, and something that Jesus would not approve of. Wood said, but Devilwood, I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's unlikely there'd be a Widow run. Devilwood is just going crazy on this roll.
Yeah, I mean, you can just take those shorter angles, and you still have the one-shot capability. Devil manages to get two there, and Zupo as well is lighting up the lobby. Will be traded at least, but it's quick into second. It's going to be 4 minutes to get through it. A very different point, though, and so this Widow Zarya composition may struggle here.
Yeah, and also Delwood was cooking something there. Grappled into a small room with multiple threats, kind of just got poked out there.
What is happening?
The Blizzard came through into a small room. It didn't catch anyone, and Alternate Untitled was able to trade 2 picks. And now Delwood has the site's advantage, so this is going to leave... reality check on the back foot for a little bit. Sakurajima not really able to play this Widow. And now the Widow's being contested on the high ground by Azaria. The hero ban system has led to a little bit of cooking happening, and I'm not sure whether it...
There's a nano boosted Bastion. There's a
is
nano
also
boosted
a-
Bastion. Stop the presses, and it is ruining GNGA's day.
Oh my god. Yeah, Zarya's so good at overcoming some damage, but when you just nano a Bastion and send the turret in their face, no amount of bubble is going to protect against that.
And coming up next, we also have the window for the Bastion. So again, it's going to be an absolutely absurd amount of DPS coming out from Siva Art. As we said earlier, the hero bans have started cooking, and there shows no signs of stopping. Zupo, Devilwood over to the Genji and Sojourn. So yet more weirdness coming out. Oh my god.
Yeah, Sakurajima are actually going to be catching that headshot onto Nelio again, so great play to keep everyone set up. That is the grab coming through onto the high ground. Follow-up is there from Zupo, but not quite good enough. The Immortality Field was very good there from Line Rack, sorry, and yeah, able to catch Zupo on the retreat. It does seem like Ultimate Untitled are just going to be barrel stuffed into this small room here. Not really able to deal with the range, these ranged threats.
I think the challenge will be trying to scale into this comp. Once you actually get into that close range environment of the Genji, the Zarya one, it should be absolutely easy pickings, but the Bastion and the Widowmaker make it so hard to get close, which is why we consistently see them running through the inside.
Yeah, and go through the inside they will. It does seem like this point wants to be contested here, as the dash will be coming through onto Zupo. Actually, still staying very tanky so far. Big Anti has held that retreat so far, but both these teams are just being barrel stuffed into really small rooms. Nelio's deciding to break the stalemate now with this Transcendence, and it's giving all the room for Savar. Catch 2 with that newly buffed Tactical Grenade. It's not over, however. It's not over. Ultimate Untitled are still here. They're still pushing the cart. Overwhelming damage is Zarya's game, and it looks like GNGA more than happy to provide that damage. And yeah, somehow it does seem like Ultimate Untitled look like they may be able to win this out.
Retake's coming through though.
Yeah, it is going through. Savar is going to be using, once again, the newly buffed ultimate, a little bit faster speed, and is paying dividends there, catching 2. Artillery strike coming in from the heavens, and yeah, Savar cooking a little bit. Delwood's late trade, probably not going to be for much, and it's going to be popping the overclock in the meantime, however. Has the Zen around to maybe keep the healing up, but that is hubris if I've ever seen it. Delwood flying way too close to the sun there.
I respect the opportunity to try and clutch, but that time it did not pay dividends. The 25 HPS of the Harmony Orb, not nearly enough to keep Devilwood up, so we'll be donating that particular ult into the Void. I will say, there's a combo with the Dragon Blade and the Graviton Surge available for Ultimate Untitled. Whether they choose to use it or not is another matter. Also, watch for Velvet maybe trying to eat that, because that could be absolutely humongous value. Yeah, there it is!
Instead, that is the first caster curse of the day from Spectrion. Velvet going to be gobbling up that grab in the process. Zupo's Blade, however, is going to be good onto the backline. Sakurajima is caught out there, and Stabergen catching onto Savar, the Bastion, the main point of damage. Velvet not going to be long for this world after a phenomenal grab eat. Still, fight will go in favor of Ultimate Untitled here. But Velvet now has the ego boost, and maybe that'll make them play better.
Yeah, the gravity came up huge, but unfortunately the defense matrix does very little against the Dragon Blade, and from then it was Zupo who was able to get absolutely cooking onto the backline. Now over to the Hanzo, decides the Genji maybe isn't the play anymore. It's going to be even more poke just to try and ruin the day of Velvet.
Yeah, it does seem like both divas are going to be trying to contest this high ground. Velvet going to have the advantage for the time being. Nice anti. 3 people caught there by Booga's anti-nade. Ana's still not been banned in this series yet, and able to put out a lot of damage and value and antis on this high ground. Yeah, Velvet is going to come back up. Does keep getting discorded up, and that's the advantage of running the Zen. Gives Velvet a bit of a rougher time of things if that pressure cannot properly come out onto the backline. Bomb going to be coming through. Incredibly bold move. Going to get blocked there by the rotating motor there. Does force the Transcendence out of Nelio, however. And Velvet more than happy to duel out.
Nano Bastion again. Nano Bastion again.
Another Nano Bastion. And it is cooking. It is getting value. Zupo hitting some lovely shots there to clean it out, but the damage has been done. 20 seconds left on this point. And maybe putting Sakurajima on DPS was the answer that Reality Check were looking for.
I mean, it must have been. It's clearly giving them a bit of a slightly stronger defense. And yeah, it's another window. Going to be so much damage as the Bastion spams the choke. A touch will come through, but the kills are not going in the favor of the attacking team just yet. It's 4-on-5 for them to try and clutch if they don't want their attacking round to be finished here.
And that is another bomb that has been blocked by the rotating mode. If I had a nickel for every time that happened in the past minute, I would have 2 nickels, which is not a lot. It's a bit weird that it happened twice. And it seems in the meantime, Reality Check more than happy to use their spawn advantage, use their ult advantage to secure this point out. And yeah, bit of BM coming out. Velvet telling Nelio to keep playing Mercy. I think he would find that impossible. They banned Mercy. Right
Mercy is very banned, yes.
It was literally the first thing banned before anything.
Yeah, as the roster of hero bans just keeps adding, it means the team's going to have to keep innovating to make something new happen. But yeah, the attack was relatively strong, was stymied at more or less the final hurdle. So I don't think at all that Ultimate Untitled are going to be unhappy with that, but a stop coming through at all is going to be pretty nice for Reality Check, who really did struggle, at least on Hollywood, to get that same amount of value going. That being said, the tools they used to do it, the Widowmaker and Bastion, Nano, I'm not sure it's something you can run the same on the attack. They're really going to struggle to take space, especially with the changes to Bastion's grenade. It makes it a lot harder to rocket jump. So the Bastion now does lack a little bit of mobility that Civ Art decides doesn't want to play with. Instead, going to be playing the Genji. And from the defense, it looks like a Brawl composition by the looks of things. Very standard, other than, of course, the ban Lucio, Nelio onto the Moira instead. So not a composition I hate by any means. We'll see if the Mables do end up getting value, or if it will have to be swapped over to another double sniper comp.
They're also taking a bit of a weird strategy with this. They're not clumping up as one big unit. There's the unit of the Moira and...
Such a nice Maywall. Booga just had his day ruined.
Absolutely demolished there. The anti really meant nothing. But yeah, you can see they're splitting these 2 units. This is really smart. You know, the Hanzo and the Bap on high ground, not enough for the D.Va to just kill both of them. They can climb back up nice and easy, while there's another unit on the ground contesting the point, splitting their defenses here, but in quite a logical manner.
And it is working out for them so far. Only 30 seconds burnt off the clock, but with these spawn camping compositions, anything that you can do is very, very valuable. Burger got booped off the map there by the D.Va, not shown on the kill feed, but either way, that pick is going to really ruin the day of the spawn camp. And there we see it, the dominoes all do fall, and progress will be made on the payload for Reality Check.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon for the Junkertown spawn camp to happen, but it's always a little bit awkward whenever it does, because it doesn't get that much time off the clock. But I suppose on Junkertown, most teams only really take one good quality fight anyway. At least with spawn camp, even if you lose instantly, you at least get to burn a little bit of time off the clock, have another clean recontest on the way out.
And speaking of that clean recontest, it should be coming in now. Oh no, they're using the Maze stall to keep the payload halted. It could be very, very hard for them to try and break this hold, but instead, it's going to be a more standard fight taken. Just Zupo irritating on the off angle, trying to avoid the Bastion that Civ Art is back onto.
Yeah, Zupo actually tried to get into the ice spot there to block it, but the time was a little bit off. Wild Bomb going to be coming through onto Velvet, not going to be catching anything. Nelio diving onto Sakurajima in the backline. What more do you expect from an elite Moira player? And yeah, Zupo caught. Window is going to be coming out to secure this. Relatively low value ultimate, so you're fine to use it to secure the point here.
Yeah, you'll take that. The window not too valuable. The re-engage can come through quickly with a nice kite, and the flanking window was really going to ruin the positioning of the backline.
Yeah, it will do, but it is just going to get walled off. The Bergen in the meantime will be caught out. And yeah, it didn't get any kills, but it created enough chaos and enough space for Reality Check to just push on through, as they do come up on some key ultimates here.
They had to burn through most of their more valuable ones. The Bastion, I don't think, is massively capable of consistently finding picks. The double he got earlier was an outlier more than anything else, but No Touch will come through, and so first point will be gone in about the same time as their opposite numbers early on, but this time it's going to be, again, an early stagger onto the attackers. And so this defense of Alternate Untitled can begin to start up now.
Yeah, and speaking of suffering, G&J is about to make the reality check roster suffer as he has. Remake kill going to be getting onto Zupo.
Oh,
However,
no.
Sakurajima headshot onto Nilo is actually a disaster here for Alternate Untitled. And yeah, Delwood hasn't been able to counter that out. He's actually going to be forced out by the D.Va. But yeah, you had such a good opportunity to stop the momentum right here. But instead, the point is going to continue to get pushed through. G&J is going to be holding his arms forward in the face of the Bastion, trying to melt him out. But he's going to get antied up and it's stuck out. Coalescence not able to get the healing through in time. And yeah, this has been a disastrous defense so far from Alternate Untitled.
Yeah, I got a little bit too greedy there on the attack. Tried to get the stagger kills, tried to push up further, and instead they had the same done unto them. Devilwood going down earlier, the Blizzard finding absolutely no value. And it's going to be an absolutely prodigal time bank to defend third point with. There's really no way a recontest can come through before the cap does.
Zupo flanked there, but there were so many cooldowns to deal with anyone that did get frozen. Back on the high ground, they're dropping the immo field. Point's not even going to be able to be touched here from G&J, and it's not like they're even taking a clean fight at this second point. We got antied up, fought so low, discorded as well. Okay, not discorded, that was on the other tank, apologies, but yeah, still a very clean fight here for Reality Check to just continue pushing this through. And Alternate Untitled, they only realistically have one more high quality fight here. Maybe two, but probably not even that.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very rough. And 3.5 minutes on the time bank is no mean feat. Full double sniper now for Untitled. Done messing around, looking just to apply a trade. I'm sure they're very practiced at the nuke. From Velvet, catches nothing. And again, it's going to be very, very hard position the Bastion on the attack, but this artillery formation has been huge so far and may well come up huge again.
Yeah, Zupo falling incredibly low. Linux on the side going to be more than happy to hit those shots. The angles have been taken, and there are sights here for Sakurajima as well. The moment the Alternate Untitled
they don't touch
the point, they're going to not even be able to touch the point. Guys, I think you forgot something. Reality Check going to be taking this one back. Going to be denying that 3-0 for the time being.
Yeah, apparently. Oh, that was not pretty to watch.
Yeah. We don't even talk about
Yeah.
it. Let's
Bloody
be honest,
hell.
I don't think the fight was going to be won there for Alternate Untitled anyway. And it's just, yeah, so the usual play of the game there with that buff tactical grenade. I feel like I just have to say that. It's like part of my contract now. I have to say the newly buffed A59 tactical grenade.
Is it A59? You made that up?
It's like 59, 86, or 90. It's something. I don't know.
It's a number, definitely.
It's certainly one of the numbers that exists. So that's fine there.
There's quite a lot of numbers that exist, man.
It's got to be one of them, surely. But yeah, let's be honest. Untitled Alternate, we're not winning that fight. They had just gotten their Hanzo picked. They had Sakurajima covering the angle with the sight. They're pushing into a window as well. Such overwhelming damage, and with just a Sigma on the front line. Obviously, Sigma a relatively good character, but has really little frontline brawly presence there. And so, yeah, fair play there from Reality Check to, stop the 3-0. So it's 2-1 in this series, and we are thinking about map bans now. Reality Check going to be banning New Queen Street.
I mean, as we go to push, that's pretty reasonable. A New Queen Street often is a map type, or is a map, sorry, that is very beneficial to angle space compositions. Brawl is playable, but it's going to be a little bit rough, and so going to be nudging us more towards more divey compositions, I have to say. That being said, that's going to be the map we're not seeing, so instead the choice is going to be between Colosseo and Esperanza. It's a massive dichotomy there. Colosseo, you will essentially only ever see Brawl played, unless a team has been absolutely in the lab cooking. Esperanza, normally dive, but you can play some Ram Brawl if you particularly wish, and those are going to be the options here.
Yeah, it does seem like they're going to be thinking for... It seems like they're going to be thinking for quite a long time here.
Yeah.
Which is quite odd because there's only really two options, and one of them has the glass, and the other one does not have the glass. And I think that tells you all you need to know about state of the push maps themselves.
True.
Yeah, I think really
I
impressive.
mean, every push map does have a weird place where you can stall the bot. Like you can do bridge stall tech on both Colosseo and East Esperanza, and then on New Queen Street there's that little window, just on, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a little bit past like the middle, but you can just sit there and they can't if they can't dislodge you, you can just stall the payload indefinitely, because push is a mode where the hitbox for stalling is way too big.
I mean, your words, not mine, but also, yeah, not wrong. Just like they are going to be going to Colosseo, also known as the one with glass.
Yep. Let's see if it pays out for them.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, did you say pains out for them?
I think I said pans out.
Hands out. If you said pains, that would have been a very, very funny pun. But,
I'm not that funny. I gotta say.
That's okay. You make up for it with just raw charisma and handsomeness, so it's fine anyway. Yeah, Ram is actually going to be banned here for reality check, so it looks like they themselves are even leaning. Either they're leaning more away from the brawl, or they just want to double down on playing Reinhardt and eliminate Ram, because obviously Ram can have a bit of an advantage in the neutral fight.
I think in Brawl v Brawl, then I think Ryan will have an advantage just because Shatter cancels Annihilation in very short.
But that's in
Ramattra doesn't have an answer to Reinhardt's abilities other than when you guys are just swinging on each other. So I think that banning Ramattra does force the Ryan mirror, so if you are particularly confident in your Ryan v Ryan, then fair enough, but it's not a ban that I'm personally in love with here.
Yeah. Now, in the meantime, Ultimate Untitled are going to be banning Bastion. I think they're a little salty after seeing Savat's performance, after seeing that play of the game, and they figured, nah, we don't want this anymore. So
it also means that you can't run Bastion Brawl compositions, which are very much a skill check. If you're very good at playing your Brawl and kiting especially, then Bastion is going to get very little done. But if you're not, or if you, for example, aren't able to play Lucio, then it can get so much value, and so a very judicious ban coming through from Untitled should pay dividends for them.
Yeah, I mean, Bastion is the king of dismantling unorganized teams. Neither of these teams so far seem particularly disorganized, but I guess the question that I'll ask is, Ultimate Untitled, it's not like the first two maps weren't close, but Untitled were putting Reality Check away fairly simply. It wasn't horrifically one-sided, but it wasn't that close either. That map, however, it seemed the exact opposite. Reality Check just seemed almost dominant on that point. What's changed in the meantime? Was it just the substitution? Was Captain Crash the problem somehow?
I don't think so, realistically. I think that Junkertown is a map that plays very differently to a lot of the other maps. It's very strange. Some of the cover can work in a very odd manner. So I think that it's just a map that certain teams are going to be wildly different on, because it's just weird. Very similar to, for example, a Colosseo or a what's the word? A Circuit Royale. So I don't think it's indicative of the quality of the teams has massively changed with the loss of Captain Prash. I think it's just more, it's a strange map, and Untitled weren't really prepared for it.
And that's the issue. Oftentimes teams will be practicing what is meta, or what's meant to be meta on certain maps, but we're not really at that highest level of play. We're at a very high level. Lots of these players have done very well for themselves in the rank ladder. I think we have 2 players in this lobby who've actually hit top 100 in EU. Trying to claw the spots away from Yazan, because I think he's got like all 100 of them now at this point. I don't know how many ults the guy has. But we also have to think about the idea of, yeah, maybe you just play what you're good at, and you just execute your own style better than a team who's playing what's meant to be meta, but not actually doing too well at it. And then, you know, someone bans all of your meta heroes anyway, and it just all goes out the window. So a little bit of chaos here. I don't really think that... I'm not particularly worried about Reality Check. Alternate Untitled here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. That being said, Colosseo is another one of those strange maps, and so it could be another curveball that really just ruins your day. Of course, with the glass, it does make it really, really hard to flank, and that's something we've all seen before. It's something we'd very like to see again. But also the rest of the map is very, very rough to scale into, as long-range DPS can get plenty of work done, and so that's definitely a possibility as well. So I'm not worried just yet, but if this is also a massively one-sided round, then we can begin to sound the alarm bells.
Yeah, especially because that's just how Push is. Such a snowbally map in its nature of obviously losing fights is never good in Overwatch, and it'll be a bit it can be quite silly to say, oh, we've lost like the first like 6 fights and now we can't win, whatever. But it cannot be denied that, especially I think Colosseo, it's especially more egregious simply because those defender spawns are very, very close to the actual midpoint of the bot. You capture those first spawns, and your odds of winning have just gone up by a very, very high percent. As for some reason, the people chatting in game are just naming random streamers.
They are doing that. I think they are just going insane in the lobby, and as we see the compositions, Untitled, they're playing pretty standard Brawl, the Zenyatta rather than the Lucio, playing around that particular ban, and from their opposing number, they've, what in God's name am I looking at?
5-star meal. That's what they're doing. Now it does look like the bot's just going to be pushed forward a little bit. There is better point presence here for the Rein composition. GNGA will have whenever Velvet really shows their face, just going to get blasted with the Discord and swung on by the Rein. We're really looking at D.Va to just be contesting and being a nuisance in the side to see if Sakurajima or Sabat can really get something down. But it's not like the Ultimate Untitled composition has no X factors of their own. You know, Hanzo can get the logs in, Zen can just pump in so much damage from range. Elwood actually getting Linax very low on this off angle will be forcing them to back up a little bit. And yeah, point has been pushed to about 20 meters, and there hasn't really been a proper contest yet.
Yeah, it's a lot of progress given up early without really a fight breaking down. It's often how this map does go, but eventually Reality Check are going to have to try and fight this, and so far they just haven't found an opportunity they like.
Really, the war of attrition. Ults are actually going to be coming online now. Both these maps do have a window. I think that if Linax wants to use that on the high ground, it could be a very deadly office. But does it like Sturbergen's going to be popping theirs first? Take a little bit of initiative here. Not in a great spot to be used, honestly. Nano comes out onto Siva and Velvet finally getting the first pick in this fight. Bomb in the back onto Devilwood. Yeah, 2 minutes into the fight, we have the first pick. Nelio is going to try and clutch it out. And yeah, the Blizzard does come through. Not able to get anyone, however, we'll buy them a few meters, centimeters even, on the point. Junk Tire and an Echo Duplicate are going to be used here. Will this Junk Tire get anything? Will it just be windowed off, walled off? Nope, does look like Nelio will get caught by it. Dragon comes through as well, but that was so late. Dragon's not the best ultimate in the game, but that was a bit of an egregious use of it there.
I'm going to take a break from real casting for a second, and just to say, I don't understand how it's possible to have a map where people live for 2 whole minutes before a single player dies. How did they do that? That's insanity.
This is real casting.
This is insanity. I don't get it. But either way, the angles-based composition eventually does pay off, but still going to have to push the bot over to even get the lead, even though they did win the first and only fight. And there it is, the walls and the poke damage will stop the rotate from coming onto point, but so far it took them so long to dislodge the Rein on point, and instantly Sakurajima going down means that it was going to take them even longer.
Yeah, Devilwood just on the high ground, and this is just the map design of this is just the map design of most push maps. As you push further and further, the defenders just get more and more of an advantage. And this part here, where you are walking into the valley of the shadow of death, you really do have to try and fear no evil. It's just gonna get shot at from all sides. Nice little wall onto the high ground to boost G&G up, but not really going to be locking down the D.Va.
Oh, big
Shatter
Shatter.
does come through with the window as well. Nano comes through. Velvet does actually stay alive, but Sabat not going to be long for this world. One of the fire strikes did actually catch them out, and GNGA going to be hitting another one as well, turning Reinhardt into a sniper. That might have been part of the PV skill trees. I don't know really. The bomb comes
We'll
through.
never know.
Velvet having to clean up. And yeah, first point is now going to be captured here. Forward spawns. And now things look really bad for Reality Check.
Yeah, the Ash from Devilwood is interesting. The Bob just going to be coming up now, and it's going to be a little bit squishier than the Hanzo, and a little bit less damage, but much more consistent, and much more comfortable playing around these high grounds. So
And
Velvet
also
really has to
Devilwood's
eat all
been-
these dynamites.
And also Devilwood's been putting in work on the Ash anyway.
Oh,
Maybe
definitely,
it's not the most optimal pick, but yeah, when you hit headshots, you hit headshots at the end of the day. No reason to do that.
That Blizzard,
being
where's it
thrown
going?
into the-
Where's
being
it going?
thrown
It's in
into the
space.
stratosphere. Doesn't get anyone. Zoning Blizzard, I guess, makes everyone just look up for a second to distract them. But Velvet will be getting through onto Nelio. Will get caught themselves. And so what's likely going to happen here is that the point's going to be pushed forward a little bit more for Reality Check. For Ultimate Untitled are for Ultimate Untitled, but Reality Check are eventually going to be able to ring test with their tank. Or Delwood kills everyone, and then Velvet inexplicably switches to a Sigma.
Yeah, I really have no idea what's going on here. There's a certain point, where analysis just fails, and you have to watch Devilwood go kill 5 people. Which is what we're seeing, and when we're getting really close to the map finishing, it's very real that we could see a 5-minute cap. Are they going to touch the point? Is it even possible? Booga throws his body onto the payload, but there's no one else.
And yeah, Untitled definitely got very angry after that Junkertown map. As Zupo says in the chat, all bark, no bite. And yeah, 3-1 win here is going to be coming out for Reality Check. That will take us to our grand finals. So congratulations to Ultimate Untitled. Yeah, sorry, I got that wrong the first time. Apologies. Ultimate Untitled, congratulations to them. I'm tired, man. What can I say? Congratulations to Ultimate Untitled for winning that one out. Reality Check is going to be sent down to the losers bracket now. I think they're going to be playing the losers finals tomorrow. And in the meantime, I think we get to decide player of the match.
I mean, just purely based off that last map, Devilwood just absolutely fried. There's no way that they're capping Colossus here with 4.5 minutes on the time bank if he doesn't go absolutely off on that Ash pick. So, recency bias maybe, but I mean, when you look at that impact, I don't see anyone else who jumps straight to mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be Devilwood, right? So many maps. So many maps. Yeah, so many maps were just too close to call, really. The team play was really good, but Devilwood was so consistent. And yeah, as you say, recency bias be damned, but Devilwood just hit the shots on Ash at the end of the day, and it seemed to win it out for them. So yeah, congratulations here to Ultimate Untitled. Going through to our grand finals tomorrow. Reality Check, I think they're going to be sent down to the losers finals. I'm not entirely sure who they're playing yet, or even if that's been determined yet. But it should be quite interesting for them.
Yeah, definitely. What an interesting game. I'm still a little bit shaken.
The analysis is gone. The thought's
I
gone.
mean, you've never seen Overwatch like that, have you? I personally haven't. I mean, there were times where like, okay, this makes sense. They're playing things that are almost sensible, and there's also nano boosted Bastion on Junkertown, and you're like, what do you even say to that? You know?
It reminds me of like that it reminds me of like that Admiral tweet for, like after a London game, like love is in the air. Wrong. Russia
Yeah.
Gibraltar. But yeah, there we are. We are actually going to be having Nelio today join us for the interview. So that is the flex support for Ultimate Untitled, who is going to be getting in here. Who is going to be getting in here any second now. Yeah, there we are, Nelio. Congratulations on the win today, man. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
We're good, we're good. We just got to watch some absolutely insane Overwatch. We had a great time. I'm going to hop straight into the questioning because I gotta
Go
say,
for it.
you're a main support player, right?
Yes, I am.
Did you enjoy having all your heroes instantly banned?
I have been target banned on Lucio every single game I have played today. And it's not been fun. I have played more Moira than I have ever played before, I think.
Wow.
Or at least in recent memory. And, oh, been
Yeah.
interesting.
It was an interesting game. I think, like, let's say, if you didn't have any hero bans, what would be the style that Alternate Untitled really likes to play? And
Oh.
build the team around.
I believe the team was definitely built around Zupo, and his hero pool. And then, like, to be fair, we're fairly comfortable playing both the Brawl and the Dive, so it just depends on the map, right? There are certain maps which you want Brawl on, such as Colosseo, and certain ones you want Dive on, such as Hollywood, right? So we're fairly flexible in that sort of sense, I think.
Yeah, no, that makes that makes perfect sense. And obviously, you were able to show off your flexibility today. I think what most impressive on that first point, where you just kind of, you know, fight against Reality Check on that Rhine composition and just kind of win out the duel. Would you say that? Would you say, even though you have that preferred style, do you think that you yourself, you're impressed with your own team's flexibility and able to adapt when these really weird, strange bans come in and suddenly you just can't play your style anymore?
Certainly, I think it's one of our strengths, to be honest. Like, we're good at some unusual things, and we are a very flexible bunch of players, I think.
Unusual doesn't even begin to cut it. I think the moment that I started seeing, you know, their Rhine player switch to Widow and then start winning the Widow duels, I kind of mentally checked out in that regard.
I don't know.
so
I don't know if you won the Widow duels. He just beat me.
Yeah. So following on from that question, then, what kind of happened on Junket Town? Because it was the only map you lost, and it didn't seem massively close, we have to say. So, was it just a lack of confidence on the map, lack of confidence playing poke, or what was it from your perspective?
From my perspective, it was me feeding. It was me white peeking Widow every time. That's my perspective.
There
fair
are
enough,
full
then.
of peaks.
But like, otherwise, there was a little lack of coordination from us on our side, I think. If we did coordinate a little bit better, or we had Lucio, we won that.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough then.
Exactly, and I guess like the very, very final question. Obviously, you've won the winners' finals today. Does put you through to our grand finals for tomorrow. Any fighting words for your potential opponents?
Oof. Not really.
No.
All I can say is I hope it's a good match. I hope it's fun. I hope we get good bans. Today's been great fun. This is like peak Overwatch, unironically.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't get better than this. The versatility, the difference in comps, and the difference in every game has been quite something.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, it's clear that you've gone for more of the humble side than the we're gonna win, we're the best side. And you know what? I respect that.
Look,
Congratulations.
I'm a main
to-
support player.
Well, yeah, I think Spec put a tweet about that.
We don't talk about that tweet.
We're not going to talk about it.
Nah.
Obviously, congratulations to Alternate Untitled Day, and congratulations to you, Nida, for your win. We'll see you tomorrow in the grand
Yeah.
finals.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Of course. And with that, that is going to be all from us today. Winners finals that have been rounded out. Beck, what have you thought about the day as a whole?
I've had a great time watching this particular game. It's been absolutely insane watching some of the strangest comps I've ever seen. Some great individual plays and some absolutely great adaptivity from both teams. Now, before we round out, we do want to take a quick look at the bracket so we can see exactly what has happened across the day.
Yep, and we're going to
Well, we just wait for that to come up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's kind of as was explained. It's kind of as was explained earlier. I think that this is going to be giving Alternate Untitled just a massive confidence boost going into this next tournament. Because, you know, they put away when you win the winners finals. So right now you're the two best teams on paper, and you're able to put the opponents away relatively easily. You know, obviously there was that Junkertown map, and it was competitive on occasion, but relatively simple win. You're feeling pretty good about that as a whole.
Oh, definitely. You have to your winners final if you are alternate untitled, and unfortunately, a reality check will be knocked down into the lower finals. And we do, now we can take a better look at the bracket. We see what the elimination has been like. 8 teams have played their games out, but I believe there will be, 2 games tomorrow? Or 3,
There will be,
incapable
it
of
looks
reading?
like there'll be 3 games tomorrow, yeah. So it'll be
Yes.
losers round 3. It's going to be Eclipse versus Galera Esports. Obviously, we know a little bit about these guys, so I can already tell you that's going to be a bit of a banger. We then move on to the lower finals. That'll be, the lower
Reality
finals.
check versus the winner of that. And
Yeah.
then alternate untitled, of course, versus the winner of that. So a rematch definitely on the cards for alternate untitled and reality check. For the side of reality check, hope they can make it a little bit closer, but it's also possible that another team makes it through. So either way, we should have an exciting day of Overwatch for you guys tomorrow. All these teams absolutely have the mettle to make it to the final and beyond, but if they will, well, there's only one way to find out. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we're going to be ending it off today. Obviously, it's been a great day of Overwatch so far, and tomorrow's going to be even better. We want to give a big thanks to Hella, who right now is in the back, making everything work out, you know, going well in the background, has done literally everything. So the observing and the producing. So yes, but yes, it has been working. It has been working, Hella. Don't say in my ear that it hasn't. Obviously, all of the teams and the players, they put on some great performances. Everyone watching, everyone who's checked out the caster's jar, the tip jar down below, it's all greatly appreciated. And of course, the ever handsome and very cool Spectrion. Did you have anything to say before we left off?
Only that your window is so bright, it looks like you're kind of ascending to heaven.
That's because I am. I don't actually live in Nottingham. I live in a separate realm.
And on that sobering bombshell, I think it's time for us to end. As mentioned previously, thanks to everyone who's tuned in, worked on the broadcast, and also thanks to the players for having an absolutely brilliant game. Thanks to Community Gaming for donating the prize pool for this tournament. Still up for grabs. There's still plenty of teams who could take first, second, or third and get a piece of that $150 that is up for grabs. And it'd be me, Spectron, and Egdo the Ruiner signing off.
Yep, bye everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.